yeah. The Rockin' 1000, man. That's their version of the White Stripes and Seven Army Nation. One of my favorite songs of all time right there. Woo! And what a way to start off this, this new year on the Gregorian calendar anyway. The White Stripes, man. Let me just get this off here and we're going to get this party started. Let's jump into some symbiosis. So welcome out, everybody, to another episode of What's Your Question? Great Saturn day. We're going to go right into Sunday. We're going to go right into this new year. We're going to do it with a bang, right? We're going to start off this new year with a hell of a lot of fun. We're going to go through some of your questions. I hope to get to all of your questions. I know I won't. So don't get offended if I don't answer your questions. Some people get butthurt and no hater comments. Like if you're a hater and you're here, what the hell are you here for? Kick stones. Because we got our great moderator, Steven, in the house, and Steven is trigger happy. So we don't tolerate any kind of negativity or toxicity. I mean, that's just the way it is in here. We don't need to do that, right? We at least keep it neutral, folks. If you've come here, keep it neutral, okay? I'm wearing the sunglasses again to remind you that you're in a movie. What does that mean? Well, you're an actor. You're an actress on the world stage right now. And you're playing out your role. You're playing out your part. If you don't like the way the movie's going, make the change to the screenplay. Like what some people say? Well, I thought it's scripted. How do I change it because the voice in your head's not your own. That's why. The voice in your head's not your own. So if you want to change the script, the voice says change the script, and you just go ahead and take the action. Well, you're following the script. Because you can't make a decision without the thoughts in your mind. Go and try it. Please do an experiment. Test it out. Record your results and come back to me. Send me an email that you actually did something without thinking about it. I mean, yeah, we do. We can drive. We can get into the subconscious mind. But I'm talking about making a decision to move and change in the world and do something different. Okay? Let me just take these off. Get used to the light here. Woo! Okay. So what's your question 48? And I'm like, what a better way, like the people in town here, man. I went to the grocery store today. It was like a freaking zoo, man. I mean, I have a love-hate thing with the holidays because, especially here in Mexico, it gets crowded, man. It's like, it's super crowded. Last year wasn't as bad because of what was still going on. But this year, man, everybody's making up for lost time. So I go to the grocery store and man, it's the slowest grocery store in history to begin with. But then all the people in line, I'm like in line with the herd, just trying to cash out with I go to the grocery store almost every day. I just like doing that. But I'm just like, you know what? Wow, pretty crazy life we live out. So ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're doing amazing in life. I hope your script is doing amazing in life. I hope you're making the best out of your script. I hope you've stopped complaining about your life. I hope you've stopped pointing the finger at people. I hope you've stopped blaming other things in life for your unhappiness. I hope you're past that point. Just be authentic with yourself. Okay? Because today it's the Joker day. It's the only day on the calendar, December 31st, the only day that gets this card. Donald Trump's son, his Donald Trump Jr., he was born on December 31st. That's the only birthday I know with this card, but here it is. Bam, it's the Joker card, and the Joker in the tarot is the Fool. It's the Fool. So today is a day, and of course it couldn't have come about a better day, Saturn day, to just remind yourself, you're a fool. What does it mean to be a fool? Just live like a kid. Live from your heart. Don't let anybody tell you how you should be living your life. Do what you gotta do and let them do what they gotta do. It's as simple as that. It's pretty simple chemistry going on between you and the world. If you don't like the way the chemistry is showing up for you, then change the circumstances instead of bitching and complaining about it. So a lot of people love to do. They just love complaining about shit and they never make any changes, and then they just... Anyways. All right, let's get into some of your comments or questions. Appreciate everybody for joining in tonight. Kind of a little bit of a change on the graphics. I kind of like this three-dimensional, what's your question, with the little smiley face as the O. Try to get really creative, you know. Let's see what we got. So we got a lot of great decoders in the house already, man. I'm loving this already. Oh yeah, a lot of great decoders in the house already. I'm gonna be looking over here to this screen because I have my monitor here, my iPad for the chat. All of you great decoders in here, sending out your messages. Thiago, your last tarot reading was very accurate. I would assume that's for you. Can you do it again? Of course. Yeah, anybody that's interested in a tarot reading, yeah, I mean, they're, as a matter, you know, it's interesting. I don't do a lot of tarot readings. I do them for, like, friends more than I do actually for people that I don't know. Oh, RKX is live. Big shout out to Jason from RKX. Big shout out to Jordan. I was just texting. I went on his live transmission that he did. I always try to catch his great voice and his great mindset. And I was chuckling because of some of the stuff that he said. And then I'm in line at the grocery store waiting forever to cash out. So I'm texting him, right? I didn't know if he was done or not. But he was telling me some of the comments and some of the things he's kind of fed up with, you know, people just accepting an opinion and saying, well, that sounds pretty good. Yeah. You know, he was talking about the 440 hertz and the 432 hertz and like, oh yeah, 440 hertz is so bad. And I mean, I agree with him because it's like, have you measured it? Have you sat inside of a room for a week on straight with the 440 hertz playing? Is it detrimental to your health? Is it affecting, you know, your body? I mean, are you doing it alongside 432? Are you like, I don't know where these people come up with these concepts, but I was telling Jordan, I said, I think that people in this, and I used to be one of them. So the joke's on me. I think people are just professional regurgitators. That's all they are. They regurgitate. They accept something and then they just spew it back out into the world. They put in their own little twist and flair on it, and they're like, oh yeah, this is the way it is. It's crazy. I go through my social media page on Facebook. I try to limit myself to 5 minutes. I do my post and then I'm just seeing what's going on, and you know, it's just everybody's got a damn opinion, and everybody's trying to be right. Everybody is right. That's the big secret. Everybody's right. But everybody's trying to post their regurgitation, it seems like. There's no originality anymore. I think that's going to change, I can tell you that. So I'm also going to try something new tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Matter of fact, I'm going to do it in a little bit. So I have Zoom opened right now. And just to the left of me, I'm going to put a little square bracket there. There's going to be, I don't know how this is going to look because I haven't done this before. I'm going to put the link to the Zoom to join in just a little bit. If you have Zoom on and you want to get in the conversation, you know, first come, first serve with the voices, yield to people that come on there. I'm going to try this and see if we can get some people on for Zoom because it's so much easier than doing phone calls. That's why I stopped doing them, because people call in and beep, 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 and it gets too annoying. So I'm going to try doing the Zoom in a little bit. So stick around for that. Zach is in 2022. There was a numerologist that predicted money finances will flow into education. What's in store for 2023? A lot of things I'm excited. Ladies and gentlemen, 2023. Put that in the mirror and what number do you get? What number do you see if you flip that 2023? You can do that on your own. What number do you get? And what does that number mean? If you can remove the programming of it being evil, go ahead and do that. Figure it out. 2023 is going to be a massive, 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 massive year. I mean, for me, it's going to be it's already changing for me in a big way, and I'm stoked. I'm stoked, man, because I'm riding this wave right now, and it's I ain't getting off that wave until the wave crashes. It may last a long time, may last forever. You know, these waves that we get on these waves, and we ride. You know, when you get on a wave that's fun, stay on that wave as long as you can, because you never know how long it's going to last. I mean, you know, surfers, they don't jump halfway off when they're riding a wave into the shore. They don't jump halfway off on the ride. They go as long as they can. That's what you want to do in life. That's life. It goes in waves. So when you're on an up wave, you're like, you have fun, you're exciting, life becomes different. I mean, there is only like creation and dissolvement. There's really no such thing as inertia, which is standing still doing nothing. There is no such thing as that. You can sit there and meditate, but you're still moving with your mind. So there's creation and dissolvement. You're either doing one of those two cycles. Sometimes you're at a point of new beginnings. You'll get a lot of aces in your reading if you do a tarot reading. Ace of Wands, Ace of Clubs, Ace of Swords. These are all new beginnings. Ace of Cups, all new beginnings. And then, when you look at the book, like I got a course coming out with this, like, and by the way, I can also, I'll let you know, this is tentative. My friend Sharon Jeffers, the great card reader, she's been doing it like 30 years. She messaged me the other day and she's like, Logan, I'm going to do my course around the month of May. So I think we're going to do a few podcasts to kind of help people see what she's all about, see if they resonate with her, and you can learn from her. I have my own Cards of Illumination I'm going to be teaching because it's much different than how she teaches. But man, these cards, you can. I'm not big into predictions, but predicted the last 3 Super Bowl winners with that book. All right. Steven's asking, what inspired me to do these question and answer live streams? The voice in my head. I listen to the voice in my head. Every song. I mean, I'm so dialed into, I don't know about any of you. I am so dialed into the source code now. It is freaking-diculous. Ridiculous. I had like last night was, I've never, on the fly source code smashing my face in. On the fly, like in real time. I'm so in tune with this code, and that's why I'm loving life right now. So if you're on this wave, and because a lot of people are like, well, what about this happening, and what about the dystopia, and what about, if you want to go ahead and focus on that, that's great. That's not fun shit that I want to talk about. I don't want to focus on that. I know that stuff's going on. I know there's killings going on. I know there's trafficking. I know but what am I, folks, am I going to just focus? Am I just going to join the team of negativity and focus on it and just give it more energy and create it even bigger? Or am I going to turn and I'm going to say, I'm going to make the change? How do I make the change? I turn and I focus on the utopia, which is why I'm doing these podcasts. I got the Green Box Detox, round 2. If you're interested, January 7th, there's a big announcement here. If you're interested in doing the Green Box Detox, I have that coming out. It's absolutely complimentary. It's my gift to the world. You can just jump in and join in. I'm going to have Zoom calls for support. There's a Telegram group for support. January 7th. Next Saturday is the start date. It lasts for 22 days. I send you the PDF. There's a disclaimer you got to send over. Send me an email if you're interested in doing a detox to reboot your body. It's 22 days. Just send me an email. Don't send it to Cosmic Sugar or my Decode Reality. Send it to greenboxdetox@gmail.com. greenboxdetox@gmail.com. That's the email to send the request to be included in this detox. And then I give you all the links you get the PDF, the Telegram group, the links, the Zoom call, all that. It's all there for you. So if you want to reboot, if you want to start the new year off treating your temple like it's holy, then jump in. I'll be leading that up. So these are my gifts to humanity. So what kind of inspired me to do the live streams? I've always wanted to do radio podcasts. It's always been a thing of mine, but kind of gravitated toward television, all that stuff. But then, the voice in my head say, hey, start doing these questions and answers. And then now it's tarot and the cards and, just kind of, this is the brand. And it's not my brand, it's our brand. All of us. I take all of you with me because this is a big family, right? This is not a solo act here. I mean, yeah, I'm maybe the orchestrator here, but a lot of you have some amazing decodes, amazing minds, and, your truth is all that matters. All right, so Zach Dems says, why pick 9:01 time and not 9 p.m.? Because 9:01 is linked to the word battery. 9 and 1 are the two opposite ends of the spectrum, the anode and the cathode. Those numbers, when you look at it through the aspects of physics, it represents a battery. Okay, so I'm creating a battery. My start time is the battery. I didn't even start at 9:01. I think it was 9:02. I kind of blew that, but that's why I picked the 9:01. Can I talk about manifesting? Lizzie, second question. Lizzie, can I talk about manifesting? Sure. I mean, if you want to learn how to manifest, if you're in the human design, like what is your human design type? If you're a manifester or manifesting generator, like manifest, if I had the choice to incarnate into a human being, into a new vessel and say, okay, what human design would you want to pick? Manifesting generator, please. Why? Because it's the only type that is a blend of two types. Like I'm a straight up generator. I'm a workaholic, right? I'm the guy to go out there and create things and keep the wheel going and going and going and bang it on the Energizer Bunny. The manifesting generators have the ability to manifest and do the same thing as the generators. So manifesting is creating things. There are many ways you can fast track it. I'm a huge proponent of vision boards. Vision boards are amazing. Okay? Get a big ass poster board, 5 or 10 magazines, a pair of scissors, and a glue stick, and spend an entire weekend creating your vision board. Write out your top 10 things you want to have happen in your life, circle your top 3, then circle the one thing that stands out of them all, and that is going to be the one that's going to be your centerpiece in the middle of your vision board. This is you projecting your future, or your future self projecting it on you. Could be that we're all from the future, folks. We're all from the future. That's a very good possibility. But anyway, getting back to the human design, the manifestors and the manifesting generators, man, the manifestors straight up, man, they just have the genie lamp. They just, whenever they want to run the genie lamp and the genie pops out, what do you want? What do you want to do? So you got to really be careful of, this is your power, right? This is part of your screenplay. Manifesting generator has the best of both worlds. They can work long hours. They can create a lot of shit, and then they can really, and those of you that are manifestors and manifesting generators, you should be meditating. And especially, not even meditation, creative visualization is a must. This is like showing up as a carpenter and like, you got your hammer? Yeah. You got your saw? Yep. Okay. You got your screwdriver? Yeah. These are all the tools. So when you're a manifester and a manifesting generator, are you going to do visualization today? Yeah. I'm going to work. It's part of your job, right? These are things that we all, like, especially if you got freaking kids. Oh my God, if you got children and you're not doing, these are just suggestions, right? Like if I had a kid, I would make my kid afraid. He'd be flying soon. He'd be wearing a cape and he'd really be flying. I'd teach him how to fly. I don't know how to fly, but I'm just giving you analogies because I want my kid to be a super kid. Because you may just perhaps have a child, and that child is supposed to save the world. And you don't even know it. We're just, playing out in the park and kids having a grand old time, but kid's supposed to save the world. Well, what if him saving the world or her saving the world, part of that is you teaching them what the hell their code is. Maybe through the free will, you miss that. And then they go down a different path that's already scripted. Right? Because it's like a river, a mouth of a river has all these branches. So I say, my opinion is, if you got kids, man, decode the hell out of them. And then you can kind of gently push them towards where it is that, probably they're going to be going, where they're going to be best suited. And you got to see if they're going to resonate with that. Because kids believe in magic, man. I'm just a big grown up kid, man. You catch me at a party, with families, I'm with the kids. I'm on my all fours and giving horseback rides, and I do dumb shit, man. I'm like a kid, yeah, because I'm still a kid, which is why I'm a rebel. Kids are rebels. They don't like. Don't give me handcuffs. I'm not gonna, I want to go back to nostalgia, being a kid again. Kids don't care what they look like. They're not getting primped in front of the mirror for 5 hours. They're not changing outfits. They don't care. Now, obviously, there's advantages to doing that, but you know what I'm saying. Like when you're a kid, you just you got bedhead, you wake up, who cares? You're going outside to play. You got a big wad of hair over here. Doesn't matter when you're a kid, but you ain't gonna do that when you got to go to the doctor's office. You ain't gonna go with bedhead. Hell no. put the sunglasses on, you put a hat on, whatever it is to look good, because that's what life is all about. Life's about looking good. And that's the big joke. And we're all guilty of it. Life, thank you, Werner Erhard and Landmark, life is about looking good. We don't want to look bad. None of us want to look bad. Why don't we want to look bad? Because then we are our ego. People are not going to like me. If I tell the truth, oh, damn, they're not going to like me. They're going to get mad. It's just, the life is so funny. It's just a joke. That's why I get this tattooed on my hand, to remind me. Like whenever I start to get into the zone, I'm like, just laugh, Logan. It's a joke. Jelaine is asking, Logan, what are your favorite foods? My favorite food is pizza. Of all time, pizza. I just like it plain. Sauce, cheese, olive oil, that's it. When I used to be a carnivore, I would have pepperoni and pineapple. I mean, the whole works. But I think a true pizza tastes the best. Sauce, cheese, and bread. That's it. That's it. So pizza's my favorite. I love Mexican food. I love Indian food. But it seems like all the things I love, I can't really eat because my body doesn't want it. Like if I can't have pizza every day, are you kidding me? Hell no. My body just wants me to consume, like I got my coconut water here, right? I mean, my body wants me to consume a lot of water, a lot of juice, a lot of fruits and vegetables. So that's what I do. I eat to live. At this point, this stage of the game right now, I'm limited because I can't do what I used to do at 21. Growing up, when I was a kid, I was an all-American kid, man. I remember eating hot dogs like crazy. We had a convenience store right up the street in Connecticut. I lived in the country. We had this country store called Le Bonte's, and they have 3 hot dogs for $1. They were these amazing, and I would remember going there with my dad every weekend, and I would just devour 6 hot dogs with buns. Can't do that anymore. I don't eat that stuff, number one. And number two, even if I did, my stomach would be like, no, we ain't doing that. And I just feel better. I feel lighter. I think eating, it makes you decay faster. As far as diet plans, I don't like using the word diet. It has the word die in it. It's got a negative connotation to it. Like I got to go on people usually say, I got to go on a diet. Well, first, you don't have to do anything. So these are the words that perhaps if we change, they may change the outcome in our lives through this free will aspect that we might just have. And that is the difference between saying, I have to, or I want to. Here's a good example. God damn, I have to go to the gym tomorrow. Or what sounds better and more inviting, I want to go to the gym tomorrow. See, your body's going to respond differently when you say want versus have to. So this word diet, I don't use it. I strive not to use it. I use it sometimes for people to relate to. But what's your food regimen? That's a much easier thing on the mind, more comfortable. What food regimen are you on? What's your food intake look like? What does your food journal look like? For a long time, I kept records of everything I ate every single day. I wish I've been considering going back to that, because if you have any kind of ailments in your body, if you have any kind of discrepancies, if you're going through any kind of healing, or if you don't know what your body responds to with food, that's a big piece that you're missing. Like, are you dehydrated? Are you keeping track of your water? Like, I don't need to do that. I know that I have, this is like 33 ounces. I have at least 3 of these a day. That's, 96 ounces of water. It's 1 liter short of a gallon. I used to do a gallon every day, but my body doesn't need that anymore. Stephen, another question. Have you researched the scale of civilization? I have not researched that. The Kardashev scale of civilizations, I have not. Yeah, so let's get into this topic here about food consumption. I'll tell you a quick little story. In 2000 and I don't know, maybe 12 or 13, I went cold turkey vegan. Well, no, I shouldn't say that. I was weaning myself off, but I went vegan. And right around a few years later, I thought I was going to have a heart attack. I had this like angina pain, and come to find out it was anemia. And I'm not running parallels on my life. So there's no way that I could go back and figure like it was that caused it. There's many things to take into. I have the most rare blood type, AB negative. So there's so many things that are, I have to take into consideration here. But as I have observed this reality, so that's just setting me as the example, like plant-based eating really, and I haven't fixed it. I'm still working on it. I think I'm getting there, right? Through some programs, but nonetheless, it's been a bear. And literally like one of the reasons why I moved to Mexico is because it's always warm here. And to be honest with you, like it got down to like 71 degrees, 72 degrees the other day. I was cold. I had my heating pad on. I know that may sound crazy, but when you're used to 82, 83 degrees and you're still challenged with anemia, man, it's a bear. Right? So getting to this eating thing and the anemia, that was partly one of the reasons why I got it. But then as I've decoded reality and I've looked at nature and looked at nature and looked at nature and looked at nature, and then I want you to take into consideration, let's just use, and this is a good example, factory, farm, fish camps. Camps or lagoons or lakes or whatever, they're farm raised, factory farm raised fish. Okay, they're all over the world. And what ends up happening is they breed the fish and the fish have babies and they squirt out a lot of babies and there's more fish. So what you're doing is you're creating the environment to create a ton of fish. And I know there's, that's not the healthy way to go. Forget that stuff. I'm just giving you the analogy of how nature works. Nature, the chicken's gonna lay the eggs no matter what. It's gonna lay it. You don't have to sit there and come on, chicken, let's go. It's gonna lay the eggs. That's what it's designed to do. That chicken is designed to pump out babies. This entire world's based on procreation. Humping, creating. And if there was no predators to take out the creation, it would get overpopulated and it would start to crumble. Now, I know this may go against what, if you're a vegan, like I said, I am plant-based, man. I stopped eating meat. Beef and chicken, and sometimes I'll have fish once in a great while. And sometimes I consume eggs. I just drink them because I know it's a complete protein. And I have cheese once in a while. But it doesn't agree with me. But I can't even have an adult conversation with a hardcore vegan because they just don't get how this reality works. They don't understand how this reality works. And if you just take away you as a hardcore vegan, I want you to take into consideration that anytime you go outside and you're walking around outside, you're killing things. As a vegan, you're killing things. Did you know that? When you're going out there and you're planting your garden, you're taking your shovel and you're going into the soil and you're cutting through worms and you're discombobulating ant colonies and you're doing a whole bunch of crap. What about their families? You see, people don't take these really small factors into consideration that aren't small. They're just small to the human eye. But if you were to go down to the size of an ant and you'd be able to live in their world, you would have a completely different perspective on your life. And so this is where I stand right now, folks. I'm not saying you know why I don't eat animals? You know why I don't eat cows and chickens? And because I have ethics, because I couldn't kill one. I have a heart. It pains me to see death. It pains me. It pains me. Growing up, I could never watch people being operated on and blood and all that shit. I can't. It freaks me out. Death, it makes me really sad. But If I take my emotions out of it and I look at the entire spectrum of how this reality works, people don't take into consideration that no matter what it is you do, if you wipe your ass, you're contributing to the trees and the eucalyptus trees in the forest. They end up creating to make more toilet paper, and all those forests that they create, they end up moving these animals, and a lot of these animals die. They get homeless. That they're not getting treated right. But just so you can wipe your ass, well, you're contributing to that. Oh, but I'm a vegan though. It's so stupid. All these titles and stuff, they're ridiculous. Right? And again, that's not to say anything bad about the vegan community. I think it was important to come in because there was such a huge population of people that just weren't consciously aware of what they were doing, and now people are, and the pendulum's swinging back over so we can get back into the heart space. It's all about moving back into the heart space on everything. And that's just the way it is, folks. So that's just my take on it. Like, I don't eat animals because of ethics. And even I've had fish here and there once in a while when I'm trying to fix this anemia. Folks, when you're sick, when you're sick and you're not working right, and then you just get so fed up because it's been a long time. I mean, you'll just be like, I'll do whatever the hell it takes to fix this. This is crazy. And since you're at the top of the food chain, well, that doesn't give you the excuse to be an animal and be a this and that and that. But folks, I mean, you got to look at the whole scheme of how this reality works. Most people do not do that. They just don't. Oh, that sounds good. I'm just going to go do that without taking everything into consideration. Okay? Every time I eat food, I would suggest all you do this. Every time you eat, are you talking to the vegetable? My primary is vegetables, fruits, vegetables. That's my primary source of food. When I'm cutting up my pineapple, I have pineapple almost every day. When I'm cutting my pineapple, I'm talking to the pineapple. Thank you, I'm going to really enjoy you, because the things don't work. It's if you just look at it from energy, a pineapple is no different than a cow. It's just a frequency. The cow's more complicated. Pineapple's not as complicated, but in the end, it's just energy, consumption of energy. And we're being harvested as human beings. I mean, the whatever created this reality is harvesting human beings, emotions and energetic. And when we die in the spirits do you think that the God is vegan? I mean, do you want to go that far? Because if you consider into the aspect of, I just decoded a war. If you haven't seen that, check out my war decoded. I decoded the God, the word God. And a lot of people think it's tied to the most popular spell book on the world stage, the Holy Bible. You go to the Old Testament in the book of Isaiah. Isaiah 45 verses 7 clearly says, I create all these things. I create peace. I make evil. Well, that's duality. If you take that context and you move it into veganism, what's the opposite of veganism? Carnivore. So you have veganism and carnivore, the absolute epitome of yin yang in this reality through that context. And then you have the God through Isaiah saying that I create peace and make evil. There's no difference. But people want to put their spin on it. They want to say, no, that's different. No, it's just energy exchange, ladies and gentlemen. When you turn the light on, when you turn the light off, that's yin and yang, up and down. When you turn the hot water on, you turn the hot water cold. Yin and yang. Okay? When you focus on your ego or you focus on your spirit. Yin yang, constantly. But these are the concepts I'm a deep thinker. And these are the things that I think about, which is why I'm sharing with all of you. And I'm saying this is my truth. So I'm not saying you have to believe in it. And you may not agree with everything I say. That's totally fine. Totally cool. I want you to be a skeptic. I want you to be skeptical of the research I'm putting out. I want you to be skeptical of life. Because all that matters is what you're doing. You saw in the beginning, some of the quotes. The only competition is you looking in the mirror. That's your competition. Stop trying to be competitive against other people. They don't give a shit. In the end of it, they don't. They care about themselves. Just like you. You care about yourself and those that are closest around you. Jesus was vegan. We don't even know if Jesus was even a real guy. I mean, look, in the Bible, since you're bringing up Jesus, if you're bringing up theology in the Bible, strictly it says right in the very beginning, Cain and Abel, the good guy that wins was the guy that sacrificed an animal. The bad guy that lost had fruits and vegetables. So go ahead and study that text since you brought Jesus up. Jesus was a fisher of men. Fisher. There was a lot of fish and bread talked about. I don't think Jesus was a vegan, if he even was a real guy. That's my opinion. But there's no way to prove it. So it's not even a point of even getting into that conversation. Because even if you bring, like, if I'm somebody who's studying Buddhism or Hinduism, which are much older than Christianity, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. Like, what are you talking about? Jesus what? Well, you're talking about Krishna. Krishna, you're talking. Krishna, no Jesus, no Krishna. It's just, life is, like I said, man, there are a bunch of professional regurgitators on this world stage. Meaning that you take something that you read or someone tells you, and then you say, that sounds pretty good. Yeah, I'm going to go. And then you just regurgitate it back on the world stage without ever doing any critical thinking about it. You just tell the world what somebody told you, and you put your own little spin on it. And we're all guilty of doing that, right? We're all guilty of it. So I'm not saying it's you because I'm including myself. I'm looking in the mirror when I'm talking to all of you. I'm talking to myself at the same time. Cheryl Williams, Jesus wasn't a man hung on a cross. The chrism is Christ. That's right. You see, that's right. You are Jesus. You are Jesus Christ. You are Lucifer because it's light. That's all it means. Light slowed down into physical matter. And there you are. Wow. That's a pretty neat magic trick. And now you're the 666 so below beast because now you're carbon. And carbon is 666. And the beast above your head, the sun. The light bringer, the light of the world. Pick whatever you pick you want to come up with. Yeah, Jordan, it's MK Ultra, Jack of Hearts. Maybe you were over listening to Jordan. Jordan was talking about that. I mean, the MK Ultra. Everything is MK Ultra. Jordan even said it today. Everything is. You pick up this thing, and now you're being MK Ultra'd. What does MK Ultra mean? Just programming your body, your mind. We're all cyborgs already. Like people say, I'm not going to get the mark of the beast, but you already got a cell phone in your hand. You already got it. You already have the mark of your beast. It's right here. It's taking energy and it's going. See, this right here is a fractal down below the sun. It's the sun slowed down into physical matter, and now mankind is moving it from this into this. So now we're going a level down. Now we're going downsizing. Matt Damon. We're going to go quantum. That's how this whole thing, how the whole operation works if you look at it, but it's all about mind control. And the people that did MK Ultra, those people's minds were being used. That's the funniest thing of them all. Is these people that are in these positions, like, really testing on people, they're being used and being tested on. It's just a big Ponzi scheme down here, folks. Ponzi scheme equaling the number 53 in numerology. 53 is tied to iodine. Iodine is tied to the I am that I am. 53 is tied to the word Yeshua in the original Hebrew spelling of it. You're all having the Jesus Christ superstar experience. That's what Christmas was all about. Scrape away all the paganism, scrape away all the trees and the stars, and it's this mythology and it's that, and no, it's Saturnalian. You get rid of all of them, and now you're just left with December 25th. Now let's go to the celestials, nature, okay? Let's go to nature and get rid of all the dogma and the books and the programming and the customary stuff, and get rid of all that. Now let's go to the celestials and nature. What is December 25th? The sun ends up moving 1 degree above where it was, because for 3 days as it dies in the tomb, which is December 22nd, 23rd, 24th, the sun stays there and then it goes up. Here's my little son. Now it's dead. But here's the sun, and it comes down into the 22nd, 23rd, 24th, it's down into the tomb. And then on the 25th, it pops out like a seed pops out of the soil. And now you get the rebirth of the Christ. That's what December 25th is. That's celestial. That's nature. That's not theological, not dogma, not something you learned on Sunday school or from a pastor or a rabbi, that is the cosmos. So the essence of December 25th, what Christmas really means is the rebirth of the sun. That's it. And then you're going to get, because growing up, I was JW. It's pagan. What is pagan? I thought pagan was like this really devilish word. Pagan just means nature. That's all it means. And without nature, man, you ain't got no life, folks. I mean, people here, I'm plant-based, How do you think you get your plants? Photosynthesis, the sun. You don't think that thing's an important piece in the sky? It's one of, if not the most important thing in the sky. You don't have to go bow down and worship it, but I'm talking to it all the time. I'm acknowledging it, giving thanks to it because of what it does for me in my life. It gives me a lot of joy and pleasure. Nate Snooks. Congratulations. Nate's bringing a child into the world on May 17th. Congratulations on that. Let me just check. So you have so it's a two of diamonds day, but the thing is will it come out on May 17th, right? So we don't know yet. But you got to start pulling the astrological. Make sure you know when the time of birth is. That's really going to be key. You can, and then go through all my how to decode yourself. The very first video, I have a course coming out. Yes, I do have it coming out. And it will be the most in-depth course I think that's ever come out on the world stage. It will be groundbreaking. I'm not doing this. I'm just telling you it's something to get excited about. I'm stoked about this thing. This is going to be changing people's lives, this course. And this is like, if you're a parent and you were to decode your kid's coming out on May 17th, and you find out what their astrological sign is, both Western and sidereal. Both systems have their own merit, the nakshatra placements, the planet placements, the numerology, the life path, heart's desire, your personality type, the Enneagram, the human design, the gene keys, the color testing, the Briggs-Myers. These are all part of what we do here, Decode Your Reality. This is how deep you want to go. Now, your kid's not going to be able to do the Briggs-Myers test or some of these things the Enneagram, no. But, the astrological charts and the numerology, start studying these things, the life path. What did your kid's spirit incarnate to do? Because your life path is your soul contract, separate from your ego. The ego is the adversary of the spirit. The spirit comes into the vessel and says, okay, man, now we got a body. And the body's an archetype, and it's like, dude, what are you doing in here? Get out of my house. And then, the spirit's like, what are you talking about, man? I'm coming down here to use this as my vessel. Well, it's not your vessel to use, it's mine. So then you have this push-pull, and the ego is just going to want your desires in life. What do you desire? How about that show on Netflix called Lucifer? That's what his claim to fame was. He'd go on the police force with the detective, and he would ask the criminals, what is it you desire? And he'd look them in the eyes, and he would have the power over them for them to tell him what their desires were, like a lie detector test. So if you got hooked up to a lie detector test, what do you desire? That's your ego. Okay, it could be fused a little bit with your spirit, of course, but that's going to be tied to your life path, which is going to be really, really important for you as you navigate as a human being, especially having a child. Okay. Magic mush. Funny avatar. Do you partake in magic mushrooms? I have tried mushrooms. I kind of did microdosing, didn't feel shit from that. And the only time I felt it, my first time doing it was with mushrooms and chocolate. And I took maybe like a quarter dose. My very first, and here's the thing. I mean, if you want to see the funny part about this is the night I took the mushrooms for the night I felt them, it was at night. And after I was done, I created the video, How to Decode Using the Satanic Cipher. Now, I'm just saying satanic because that's the name Derek from Gematrinator off his website named it. I wouldn't call it that, but that's what he called it. So that's what I named it. But what is the satanic cipher? Well, it's a numerology cipher that uses the numbers 36 and onward. So the letter A is 36, and then it gets doubled. 36, 72, and it just goes all the way to Z. And of course, 36 is going to be tied to the 666. That's why he called it that. 666 is the 36 prime number. But Jesus Christ equals 36. And since we have 6 protons, 6 electrons, and 6 neutrons in carbon, and carbon's the 6th element, and Jesus was born of a virgin, which is the 6th sign called Virgo, well, you can start to see that you are Jesus Christ, having the Jesus Christ superstar experience, whether you're going to be male or female. It's pretty easy to see. But anyway, when I took the mushrooms, that was what I ended up creating after, was that. I had planned on doing it anyway, but I did the video on that. A little bit more information, I guess. And I was thinking about doing them again tomorrow. I got a little bit left. I was thinking about doing them again tomorrow. But we'll see. Sometimes they make me, like, out of the 3 times I've tried it, I got to be outside because it's a constrictor. Mushrooms are, meaning that when you take it, it contracts and I get cold. It's not a good thing. Someone who, is trying to fix anemia for a while. I mean, when I did the mushrooms for the first time, literally I was in this, right here at this place, at this very desk. And I remember it was like, 78 degrees in here. I had to put a sweatshirt on because I got cold. That was from the mushrooms. Then I started yawning like crazy. That was kind of annoying, but then it was great after that. Oh, Jordan in the house. Jordan from Waters Above in the house. Please go check out and support his work. He just broke 50,000 subscribers. I don't think he'd even care, but I got to find the 2 cards. What were they? Anyway, Jordan won't care if I tell you this, but Jordan sent me the dates of when he started his YouTube channel and then when he broke 50,000 subs. And I did the 2 cards that were linked to those days, and they ended up totaling 50. So we were laughing about that. Let me see. Actually, I have it in I know he won't care if I tell you this. Let me see. Yeah, he had this is how connected him and I are. So he hit the day of his YouTube channel starting, the very first video I think it was the very first video he posted was on a day that had my card, the 8 of spades. And then the day he hit 50,000 was the 3 of hearts. And my card is 47. The 3 of hearts is the 3rd card. 47 plus 3 is 50. And Jordan, if you're watching this, just remember, just on the side note, 473 are the numbers of those cards. And God in Chaldean numerology is 374. You just have it as permutation. I didn't catch that at first, but it's there. It's just hilarious. This is, and so we're laughing, man. And both cards add up to the number 50. So big shout out to the great Jordan over at Waters Above. What a gift to the world he is. What year will 2023 resemble the most? None. Again, if you're new here, if you just joined in, take the 2023 and put it in the mirror. What number do you get? What number do you see? 322. 322. I know you're going to have the 0 in there, but 322 is in there screaming at you. Screaming at you. What does the 6 life path mean? You want to check out the life paths. I went through every single one in my Let's Talk Decoding 5, the last one I did. Just this past Wednesday, I went over all the life paths, but the 6th life path is a life path it's obviously tied to the 6th house of Virgo. What is that house ruled by? Mercury, the planet of communication. What was Jesus born? A virgin. What did Jesus do? He was a messenger, Mercury, okay? Mercury equals 23, blood equals 23, history equals 23, crown equals 23, all in Chaldean numerology cipher. Jesus was born inside, ruled by Mercury. But anyway, the 6th life path is a life path of mastery, legacy, because it's the first perfect number, so it automatically gets put into that sector. It's a number of mastery. If it's a number of family as well, family, kids, health. But think about it. Last day of creation, the first perfect number. It means perfection. It means you perfecting something, you leaving a legacy behind, you creating some kind of legacy behind for the whole world. If you got planets in your 6th house, then you can start to read those energies and you can say, okay, I'm a 6th life path and I have planets in my 6th house. That's a humdinger, man. That's a lot of energy that's focused on that 6 for you. 6 is carbon. Again, Jesus, born of a virgin, Virgo, 6, carbon 666. The beast below, that's us. It's so funny, man. So easy to see this stuff when you have all the tools, of course, right? So I show up with my toolbox and I got all these tools. And I know I have them memorized, right? So people are like, wow, I've done the work. This has been my life, my sacrifice for the greater good. $50, baby, 50 in Spanish. 50. Jordan just hits that big 50K mark. What a huge milestone for you, man. And he was saying it's a drop in the bucket. Like it's like no one knows me in the scheme of the world. Like I got 30,000. No one knows who Logan is. I'm a broad drop in the ocean, right? When you compare these numbers. We have, but they're milestones to us, and it's like, okay, now Jordan's influencing 50,000 people. That's awesome. Creating that ripple, changing people's lives. 50,000. Not everybody's going to watch all this stuff, but he gets a big turnout. He doubles, triples my numbers. He was born to do this stuff, man. The messenger. He's got the Jesus Christ card. Jordan does. I know he won't mind me sharing this with you, right? Jordan, I know he's not going to mind. I'm going to show you how this is why Jordan's so special, right? And this is brotherly love, man. Some people get turned off by this, like, oh, Logan, you're going gay on us. So silly, people's minds. So Jordan has this card right here for his birth card. What card number is this? 33. What does 33 mean? Well, it's when water turns from a solid to a liquid. It's getting ready to raise the Kundalini. Right here. You got to go higher than the 33 degrees, but 33. You're liquid. Now how do you get to sublimation? If you want to ascend, if you want to get out of this game, if there is such a thing, well, I show that in my War Decoded. Sublimation, 212 degrees Fahrenheit, 100 degrees Celsius. That's when water goes right to a vapor and you get vaporized. That's the spirit. He's got the card that, is the precursor to that, the necessary card. And Jordan was born on March 16th, and that's 316, and that's a permutation of the 163. And just keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, probably one of the most famous scriptures on the world stage in the Holy Bible in the New Testament, John 3:16, Jordan's birthday, 3:16. Okay, and he's got the Christ card. I mean, come on. Think about how coded that guy's life is. The great Jordan. Here he is. He's right in here in the chat. He's got the damn 316 birthday, and he's got the 33rd card in the deck. And his name starts with the letter J, like just like Jesus. Come on. Doesn't get any more comical than that. And he knows it's funny. We laugh about it all the time. And that's why he's so special, and that's why he's so good at what he does. And that's why he is influencing people without even caring about influencing people. Because he's just doing his job. Zach, how much do you so if you're looking to get a personal reading from me, I'm almost sure that I'm going to be not doing readings in February. I have very few selected dates in January left. If you're interested, anybody out there interested in a reading, you can send me an email and request it, decodeyourreality@gmail.com, and then I'll just send you an email back. Or you can go to my cosmicsugar.org website and do it right there. Did I watch Died Suddenly? I don't know if you're asking me this because I had a lot of chat going on. Did you watch Died Suddenly documentary? I have not. Solo Mom says, I have a 10 of diamonds and my partner is a queen of clubs. Amazing combination. Why? Because they both sit in the same exact spot in the charts of the spirit and the ego card. The 10 of diamonds is the karmic card for the queen of clubs. So you two together, man, I can only imagine what kind of partnership you have. Is it going to be red roses and, unicorns all the time? No, but I mean, when you know, you know. And that's like a big taker right there is the cards, you add them up. I mean, you decode someone through all these layers and man, you got something sweeter than you. You just, when you see it, you see it. You know it. I have not watched... Jordan says, I turned water into wine tonight, then I spilled it on my rug. Hey Jordan, was it red or was it white? I like red wine. And then looking good doing it. That's a cool avatar name. Did you watch Alice in Borderland season 2? I have not. I didn't even watch the very first one. I watched a few episodes. I got bored with it. I just got what I needed from it. I mean, obviously the big clue for Alice in Borderland for that show. And again, this is their opinion, right? But I'm going to tell y'all. Why did I just say y'all? I'm not even in the South and I'm already saying it. Where'd that come from? All right. Anyways, Alice in Borderland, when you saw the trailer, the kid pulls out this card and says, this is the game master. The 3 of clubs. This is card 16. The word light equals 16. So what's the game master? Light. We're playing the light game. Light slowed down into physical matter. Alice in Borderland. Alice going down in the hole, following the rabbit. Follow the white rabbit. That's the light. 3 of clubs. This card right here, this is where the comedy comes in, right? Because Thomas John Ellis, the guy they casted to play Lucifer for the great show on Netflix, this is his birth card. Guess what birthday he's got? November 17th. You know what day of the year that is? The 322nd day of the year. We're going into 2023, which is a mirror of the 322. Uh-oh. The devil's coming. The locusts are coming. The boogeyman's going to come and get you. You better put some lamb's blood over your door. Anyways, what's funny about Lucifer is that Jerry Bruckheimer, who created the show Lucifer, he also has this card as his birth card. So this is the card of light. The word Adam equals 16. The word child The word child equals 16. We're children of light. Those of you that have kids, you can look in the chart. You can look in the chart spreads here and these, and you can locate this card. You can pretty much find it now. Like if your kids in your future and stuff, you pretty much can find it. It's pretty easy because we live in a predestined script. And this book right here, which you can't get this. I mean, online you can find all the charts. If you're interested in getting the digital, like every year, here's chart 39, right? There's chart 39. So every year these cards move pretty much, except for like year 45 and some of them move, but every year the cards pretty much move. And then you got to find out where your card's at, and then you can count these spaces. They go, Mercury, Venus, Mars, and you can count your row and figure out what your hand is for this year. And then you compare that to the astrological chart. You could look at your numerology, your life. All of these play out their roles with you. And then you can figure a lot of things out because this 52 cards, 52 weeks, 4 suits, 4 seasons. I mean, predestined script. Hello. Maya, nice to have you. You're working out at a nightclub right now. I bet it's really super loud in there. I hope they're not playing that crazy music that, I mean, if you want to talk about, well, I'm not even going to get into it because some people might like that music. Can I read on why you don't have kids yet? Maybe. It's possible. Listen, we're bringing in on the Gregorian calendar the new year 2023. This is gonna be a really monumental year for all of us. Some of you will have some dissolvement going on in your life where your life will change up in a big way. You may lose some things, you may gain some things. Some of you may be in a creative zone where you maybe just bought a brand new house you just moved into, and you got a new job coming up, or you got a new company you're launching. You just then if you take a conscious look at your life and say, okay, what stage of my life am I in right now? Am I in yin or yang? Am I in creativeness or dissolvement? Which area am I at? Or am I just sitting in the middle doing nothing? And which is called inertia. And that's where you become bored. That's why people trade in their cars every 3 years, because they get bored. They don't want to sit in the same car. So like, okay, after 3 years, it's time to dissolve the car. You move into dissolvement. What's dissolvement mean? You drive into the car lot and you say, I want to trade this in. Dissolving the car. It's used. Now you want a new one. Yeah, I want to get that new one over there. Now you get into a renewal cycle again with your car. It's just so funny when I see people. I saw a guy just 2 weeks ago. He had a brand new Peugeot here. And it's, rare to have brand new cars here where I'm at. But he's sitting there in the parking lot of the convenience store, just right down the street. And I knew it was a brand new car because he's sitting there wiping the car down in the parking lot. But, you give that car 1 year, and I'm not saying he wouldn't, but more than likely he wouldn't be doing the same exact wiping down of the car. 2 years, 3 years, no. It's different. It's not new anymore. So we get bored. You're either in renewal or you're in dissolvement in life. And if you're in inertia, you're going to get bored at some point. So you're going to either be moving towards one or the other, right? So you got to figure a way and you got to stay in your heart space. Like, what do you fall in love with in your life? What are your habits, your habitual things in your life? What gets you off? What gets you crazy? What gets you excited? What gets you out of bed in the morning? Growth or decay, exactly right. So Oscar is asking, why did the Jews write 39 books of the Old Testament and they only use the first 5 books, Torah? Well, you bring in the Talmud and there's so many layers to look at theology. But here's how I see it. It doesn't matter. When you go into your closet, and especially you ladies, when you go in your closet and you got 50 pairs of jeans and you barely wear any of them, you're going to have a favorite. out of your 50 to 100 pair of jeans or 2,000 pairs of shoes in your closet, you're going to have the go-to pairs of shoes that you're going to wear more than any of the other ones. There'll be ones probably that you'll never wear because they're really expensive. So there's still stickers and tags on them. But anyway, that's exactly how this reality works. It's your walk-in closet is this reality. It has everything, every flavor you can think of. So religion is a prime example. All the religions on the world stage, let's find one of you great females out there who has a huge walk-in closet. And for every piece of clothing you have in that closet, that's a religion can be put as a label on that piece of clothing. There's over 10,000 religions on the world stage. So you ladies that have big walk-in closets, you guys that have big walk-in closets, do you have 10,000 items in your closet? That's a lot of items. Probably not, but imagine you did. And there would be a religion that could be labeled and tagged on each one of those articles of clothing. And that's what you get when you walk out into the world. It's like walking into your closet. And you're like, oh my God, I got this. What am I going to wear today? But you're going to gravitate towards your very favorite ones. And if you just take that context right there, it's the same thing. You're going to go out. You're going to grab it. Like my favorite's decoding. So in my closet, what gets used the most? What pair of jeans gets used the most? My decoding pair of jeans. Those are my go-tos. My favorite pair of shoes. My favorite jacket. Those of you that are into theology and you like theology, your go-to is going to be that religion. But you can't sit there and say, well, you can't just invite somebody over and say, yeah, you go in my closet, but you can only pick that piece of clothing out right there. You can't have any of the other items of clothing. Or like walking into a store. Imagine you walked into a clothing store and you could only buy one item. And it was the same item everybody else was buying. How boring would that be? Well, that's what a lot of people do through their lives with their religions and their customs and their cults. That's how they treat life. Like it's just a one item buying only. That's it. You can't buy any other item in life. It's just got to be that one item. And that's the only item you can have. That's the only item you can drink. That's the only item you can eat. Well, that's not the way the world works. The world works like a walk-in closet. That's all the religions. They're all right. All of them. There isn't one that's wrong. Yeah, that's right. So what now says, that's right. See, this is why you great decoders are here. 223, which is the mirror of the 322, which is what we're going to be moving into here in Mexico. We got a couple hours to go. Some of you may be watching, you're already in 2023. 2023 in the mirror, 322. Drop the 0. And 48th prime is 223. This is what's your question, 40. I didn't even know that, see? So thank you, so what now? But you see what I'm saying? Like I'm in tune. I don't have to do anything. I'm already in tune with the whole source code. And the more I decode and the more I see the numbers and the more I stop blaming and pointing fingers and realize that the code is everything, it takes its hands off. It's like, okay, you figured it out. You got it. And then it just becomes more fun and easier. And then like the free will that you think you have, maybe you have, you turn over and you start saying, okay, I'm going to create my utopia. Like what's in your heart? What do you want to create? Like some people didn't incarnate to create a utopia. Not everybody incarnates to play a character to make your utopia, to make your paradise. Like if you think about your body, I had talked about this in my last one. Inside your body, you have an immune system. And the immune system has a main component called the white blood cells. And the job of the white blood cells is to take care of the foreign invaders that come in your body. Parasites, bacteria. So then you would pose the question, who created the parasites and bacteria? Did the devil do it? Did the boogeyman create the bacteria and parasites to enter your body? No, that's ridiculous. The God, whatever created this body, whatever is responsible for creating this temple, created it perfect in yin-yang unison. So it creates the good guy and the bad guy. Good cop, bad cop creates both. Because if you don't, one's going to get lazy. What do people do when they have no resistance? They conform, they become lazy. All of us are guilty of that as well. If you look back on your life, you'll see that sometimes you went through a span of your life where you get lazy. because it's easy. Maybe you don't have to worry about your bills. Maybe everything's paid for. You can go shopping wherever you want. You can do whatever it is you want to do. You got money coming in, you don't have to worry about nothing. No responsibilities, just enjoyment. Then what will happen over a period of time, you'll conform to that. You're not going to want to lose that. Most people will not. But then you can become complacent and you just get bored. And then you get bored of life and you're like, wait a minute. Okay, I'm not really having fun anymore. You got 20 cars in the garage, but you're not having fun anymore. What the hell's going on here? People would die to have that. Well, it's called conformity. So then you got to balance out the ego with the spirit and get in the heart center space. And you can't do that by buying more things on the outside. You can't, it's not, nothing, money's going to get you to be more balanced because you know your cup's empty because you're living down in the lower chakras. You want to get at least to the heart space. How do you do that? You become more spiritual. That word, whatever that word means to you. Start studying stuff, the occult, the mystical arts, spiritual, whatever it is, whatever you want to start studying. And then you move up and you get to at least to get to the heart space. I don't know. I just went way off on a tangent there. And I just lost my train of thought. So sorry, ladies and gentlemen, I forgot where I was going with that. Is there chemtrails in Mexico? Jerry's asking that. I stopped looking. I don't really look. So I don't know. I can't answer that. I wouldn't be authentic if I said no. I don't really see any, but last time I was in the US, I didn't see any. So, and if you get into that whole thing, man, ladies and gentlemen, the people that are partaking and spraying those, they're breathing it in too. So there has to be more to it than what we think. By the way, if you're like, who's playing? It's called Symbiosis. The album's called Across the Moment. That's what's playing in the background. Amazing band, Symbiosis, Across the Moment. Yeah, Jason and I from Archaics, we're supposed to be doing another. I got to get back to him. I totally blew it. I was supposed to get back to him on an email, but I got distracted. Life got in the way. We're going to do a part 4, which will be fun. Part 3 was great. We really incorporated some questions. It was good. We had a good banter going on back and forth. Matt Myers, interesting question. Matt Myers is asking, I believe you've mentioned you don't have a car. I do not. I have a bicycle. Don't need one here in Mexico. But what would be the one in your garage? Probably something big. Probably like a sport utility vehicle. Something big, the big sport utility vehicles. I like size. People get out of your way. If you get in an accident, they're safer, I just think. You can fit a lot of people in them. I like a lot of room. And it's just so funny because I owned a lot of very small cars, but it would probably be a big car, a big sport utility vehicle. Other than that, if it was a regular car, I would go with the car that just broke. It's the fastest production car on the market. It's called it's called the Lunar Sapphire, I think it's called. It's a 1,200 horsepower electric car, and it's called the Lunar. Tied to Lucifer or Lunar or something, but it's Luna something, and it's called the Sapphire. And it did the quarter mile in 9.1 seconds. Crazy. Buy the car off the lot. Beat the Bugatti, the most expensive car in the world. $4 million car. Smoked it. It's awesome. That'd be a fun car to have, man, just to take off like that. I like speed too. But I drive like a grandpa. So no rush. I'm the turtle. In the story of the turtle and the rabbit, I'm the turtle. Now, I don't like Ford Raptors. You know what I like? I like Honda Ridgelines. I don't know why. I think they're cool, the newer ones. But I like big SUVs like Escalades or Land Cruisers or Denali's or, you know, I'm a Toyota fan too. The Lexus is amazing. The big Lexus, the GS 430. I don't know if they even make that anymore. Or the G430. That's awesome. I love Lexus. What kind of bike do I ride? It's just a used bike. I got it from Dr. Nick down the street. It's just a spray painted black a beach cruiser. That's it. Because I just ride it to the gym and back. I don't lock it up. If someone steals it, then they deserve to have it. I mean, I go right to the grocery store. I don't lock my bike up. I lean it against the glass. You know, that's all good. So it's a beater bike. But I just put brand new tires on it and runs like a dream. So I'm happy. You see me driving a Jeep. Jeeps are cool. The Rubicons, those are cool. Tundras are cool. Bobby, you don't need a license. You're in New York, right? Miami Marlin saying, is it real when you can feel your future that I'm going to be very wealthy like my family? Is that a real feeling in my destiny? Well, run with the feeling. I'd rather run with that feeling than run with a feeling of lack and despair. And here's the big kicker for all of you that resonated with what I just said. If you feel like you deserve to be wealthy in life, if that's something that you aspire to do, maybe it's part of your code and you're supposed to. So why would you let any kind of thoughts impede that? No matter what your past, no matter how you grew up, no matter what kind of family you were born into. A lot of people were born into poor families and they grew up and they just dominated the world stage and made a ton of money. That was their code though. But I think the big key takeaway for that is not having expectations. And that's a tough one. Is because if you say, yeah, I want to do $1 million a month. I want to make $1 million a month. Right? And let's just make it really easy, $1 million a year. And it's 10 years in now and you're still struggling to make $150,000, $200,000 a year. Are you just going to give up? Because maybe like Edison, how many light bulbs did he go through before they finally got it? One after another and broken. That didn't work so many times, right? But if you feel like wealth is in your life, then roll with that idea. Just don't be disappointed if it doesn't come in your time frame or the way you expect it to come. And if you want to I think there's ways to fast track these ideas on the world stage. I'm a huge proponent. And by the way, I can't remember her name. I just got a testimonial email from someone who I don't know if I did a reading for her, but I had suggested to her, if you want to change your life and you want to fast track it, go watch Born Rich on YouTube. And it's done by Bob Proctor. And there's many copies of it. It's the older version done in the 1980s. You can tell by the way they're dressed. Born Rich. And there's usually 3 of them. They're like 3 hours and 35 minutes long each. So it's like a 10, 11 hour course. But if you're willing to watch that over and over and over every single day, that's what I did. When I went through my personal development, I just eat, slept, and breathed Bob Proctor and Born Rich. I had stuff memorized. I could regurgitate it. It changed my life. He just passed away. He was a 5 of diamonds. He was the card of the ride or die. Bob Proctor. What a great human being he was. How many lives did that guy change? That's what he incarnated to do. Motivational speaker, personal development, raise your frequency, raise your consciousness. Not everybody's going to do that. Not everybody's born to do that with their code. But if you resonate towards that, and because a lot of people go to these seminars, they don't get what he's got. And then they're like, well, how come I'm not getting this? And they never get it. It wasn't part of your code. That's why expectations suck. Because if you lean on what you expect to happen and it doesn't happen, disappointment sets in. And that lowers your frequency. And then you become unhappy. And then everybody feels that ripple of unhappiness. Everybody around you. You don't want to lower the frequency. You fly off the handle, your buttons get pushed easier, you're just more likely to, start to come from the lower chakras, that energy. And then you could start to say things to people that you don't mean. You wouldn't have said that if you didn't have expectations to lower your frequency. So there's a lot of factors that play out as a human being on the world stage. Shoot for what you want, yes, but don't be attached to the outcomes. It's very challenging to do. Colonel Sanders made his first million when he was 75. Interesting. 75 being tied to light. 75 is tied to Lucifer. And the 75th element's rhenium, which has an average weight of 186, and the speed of light moves at 186,000 miles per second. What's the symbology of the ball dropping? I have no idea. I haven't looked that up. Ladies and gentlemen, I mean, if you really start to take a look at the code, if you start to decode, and not the events that happen on the world stage, I'm talking about your life. I'm talking about your life. If you start to really decode your life and where you fit into all of this, I'm telling you right now, the code's going to start to observe you back. The best way I can give you as an example is, remember the radio stations? Most of you, I know my audience is pretty much can relate to this, but the old analog dial radios, where it would be like, and then you'd finally get to the station and it would be as clear as this. That's where you want to be in this reality. You want to be as clear as I'm talking. You don't want to be that. You want to be clear. How do you get there? Start to decode yourself. And, like I said earlier, I'll say it again. Yesterday was one of the biggest in my face source code expressions I've ever seen in my life for me. Like in real time stuff happening. And I'm just like, I know I'm dialed in. Like, it doesn't mean anything other than I'm saying I'm dialed in. I'm plugged in. I don't know what it means beyond that. But it sure as hell is a lot of fun. I can tell you that. It's a lot of fun. We got some smokers in here. We got any cannabis lovers out there? Justin's asking, do I use Chaldean for name numerology? Yeah. That's all I use. Chaldean's the oldest known numerology cipher. It's a very special cipher. I mean, connects to alchemy, connects directly to the tarot, connects to the cards, the playing cards. No other cipher is going to do it directly as Chaldean will. They can connect, but they're not going to connect like Chaldean does. Chaldean goes through and uses the numbers 1 through 8. A lot of people say, what is so special about Chaldean? Like, well, it's tied to ancient Babylon. Babylon equals 21. The word love equals 21. The 21st card in the tarot is the world card, the Stargate, the astrological placements. Chaldean works off of phonetics as well, which is the frequencies of these letters. If you look at Chaldean numerology, you'll notice like the F and the P, the P is a broken, the F is a broken P, and they're the same numerical outcome, right? And it uses the numbers 1 through 8 because why the number 8? because 8 is the representation of not only past, present, and future in the infinity symbol, but if you flip it vertically, it becomes the hourglass that we live in, the sands of time. Okay? That's why Chaldean is so special. And again, because it connects to all these other layers, you can't get those outcomes like you can with the other ones directly, like you can with Chaldean. Stephen, frequency equals 1 over time. That's time travel. I'm working on that decode. I'm trying to figure that out. I don't know. I'm trying to figure that out. Life path 24, yeah, 24, that's a great, 24/6. So you'll be servicing the 6, but you'll also have the 2-4 in the background, silently working with the 6. So you'll have a blend of the 2, the 4, and the 6. If you take your life path, you add up your birthday, you should get a double digit. So I'm 26, 2, 6, and 8. Those are my digits for my soul contract. I mean, my in-your-face code for me, I was born into the Jehovah's Witness religion. My life path is 26. Yod-Heh-Vah-Heh is 26. 26 is the element iron. The Yod-Heh-Vah-Heh came out in the Iron and Bronze Age. Kronos is 26. No accidents in life. That's the great part about it. Absolutely no accidents. Everything just is. How do you find out what your OTW? How do you find out what your tarot card is? Well, you got to get the charts from me to make it easy. You don't have to, but I'll give you an example. The conversion and how beautiful this is. So these cards came first. Okay, these came before the tarot. And then the tarot gets invented. This is the Rider-Waite deck. There are many decks now, but this is one of the most popular, the Rider-Waite deck. So the 6 of spades becomes the 6 of swords. So if you're this card in the cards of illumination, if this is your birth card, this is card 45. This is tied to Pandora's box. Pandora's is 31. Ride or die is 31. The word future equals 31. Ride or die, you know that terminology. What's my ride or die? The future. You're gonna have fractals of the ride or die, right? The partner you're gonna get involved, but the fractal through this reality, the ride or die, it's the human being experience, but it's tied to the future. They're both 31, and it's gonna be tied. The 31st card in the deck is the 5 of diamonds, but that's also tied to this card right here, because it's tied to Pandora's box, and this is card 45, and 45 is tied to the aspects of carbon. This card is tied directly to carbon. Carbon being the 6th element. And spades means the physical vessel in this deck. Diamonds is going to represent that in the tarot. And then these turn into then we get in this one. And then this is card 56. I'm showing this one because this is a freaking big one. Big one. Card 56. If you use the Fool as 0 and 22. If you don't, it'll be card 44. It'll shift. But this card right here is transition. This is literally becoming a human being. And transitioning over water. Spirit moving over water to come down to play this game. Because spades means the body. You mean in the tarot, you're going to get to the 6 of diamonds, and then you're going to be getting into humanitarianism, and then the 3 of spades, which is the Jesus Christ experience, the Truman Show. so to speak. Yeah, so very happy 2023 for all of you. The 322 in the mirror, New Year for the Gregorian New Year. I just treat this like just another day, but I'm grateful for every day that I'm alive. So it's just a time to celebrate life. And those of you that are here joining, welcome out. Those of you that are returning subscribers, thanks for your support. Those of you that are new, welcome out. You could have been anywhere tonight, right? You could be out partying, smoking it up, drinking it up, partying it up. That's what I used to do back in the day. Good party. Let's go party. Got that out of the way. I really got that out of the way. I mean, I was like turbocharger partier for a while. It was a lot of fun. Probably the most fun times I ever had in my life was in Vegas, Las Vegas, Los Angeles. And I'm not ashamed to admit it because I'm not that person anymore, but it was some freaking amazing times. Like if somebody said to me, I mean, now, I don't know if I'd even choose either one, but it's all about the perspective of where you're at in life. But if someone came to you and said, we can take a trip, we're going to go on a vacation. One choice is to go party in Vegas and, roll and do some ecstasy and whatever. And then the other one is to go into the forest and go take some ayahuasca and, smoke some DMT. Which one would you do? Well, it's going to really depend on what stage of life you're at. If you're a younger person, you may be like, I'm going to Vegas. Vegas! And then there's going to be some people that are at the stage in their life where they're just shedding and transmuting and they're the butterfly and they want to do those ceremonies. Becoming a lot more popular. But the thing is, I mean, I've done ayahuasca one time, didn't really get anything from it. DMT, amazing. It's like sitting in a My Little Pony show. All these it was pretty amazing. It's just similar to acid. It's just much more intense or mushrooms. Done mushrooms, got a little bit of that. Cannabis is my favorite. Out of the plants. But man, I can be honest and authentic here. Nothing has ever compared to, like MDMA and not even close for me. And then you add in a freaking nightclub with a bunch of naked people in it. I mean, that was the most fun times I've ever had. People like half clothed and just crazy, and everybody's all like seduction and partying, and the music's amazing, and you're just bouncing to the DJ and you're rolling your ass off. I don't get that excited about talking about doing ayahuasca or doing a ceremony in the middle of the forest with a mosquito net wrapped around me. I just don't. But you tell me about like, let's go on a trip to Vegas and let's go drop this and drop that, man. It's like, that sounds so much more appealing. And does that make me a bad person? These are phases that we go through. It's really funny. Like, have you ever compared that in your life? Like, if you're someone like me, I've spent a lot of time, a lot of hours in Las Vegas. I used to live there. When I lived there, I didn't go out, but I used to visit that place a lot. And man, I had the time of my life there. And I wasn't spiritual and I wasn't awake at all. I was an agent, if anything, back then. But man, did I have one hell of a time. But like I said, I'll go do a ceremony, and I don't get as excited. Like, it's different, and you just can't compare the excitements because they're just not the same. I mean, when I decode, I listen to like this music, but I listen to a lot of ambient. I listen to a lot of space music, like, you know, but then sometimes I want to listen to some of my favorite DJs, and some of my favorite music is electronic music, you know, like progressive house and vocal trance and stuff like that. And when I start listening to that stuff, man, I get the itch. I'm like, oh my God, I would just love to round up my friends that I used to party with and just one more night and just spend $5,000 on a table and just, you know, go with all my friends and just rage for 2 days, you know, like, but then the next day comes and I'm like, that was a good thought, but oh God, I have to do this and do that. No, it's okay. I'll pass. Yeah, the house always wins. That's right, because the word house equals 26. 26 is your blood. The 26th element is called iron. 26 is tied to the word house. The house always wins. What is that? It's the human being. This always wins. What does that mean to you? This is the Hotel California, the casino. You're constantly gambling with your life. Should I do this? Should I not do this? Should I take that? Oh, should I do that? Should I move? Should I buy this? Should I go do this? You're constantly gambling with your life. This is a casino. It's the house, and it always wins because you ain't gonna beat death. So you can look at it from that context, and then you get the fractal above the house, which is the Stargate, astrology, et cetera, et cetera. What's up, Lena? Lena loves her mushrooms. I was going to do a 4-gram trip, whatever you want to call it, dose. And I haven't, I even bought a chair. I bought this beach chair, which I go to use it all the time. But I bought it specifically because I was like, okay, I'm going to be sitting down for a while. And I haven't done that yet. Like 4 grams is, I think, would probably be pretty ultimate. I think I've only done max was maybe like 1.5 grams, maybe. I don't know. I felt that, you know. I'm a lightweight, I guess. I haven't done it. Everybody's different, though. But which tarot card is tied to the 8 of diamonds? That would be the 8 of pentacles. So let me just go through this really quick for all of you. Swords, wands. Make it easy. Cups. Okay. So this right here is the 3 of cups. It's fire. In the tarot, it's different. Okay, it's going to represent air. I'm sorry, it's going to represent water. But in the cards of illumination, it's going to be the heart suit. These came first. So fire, it's going to be different here, but these are the hearts. Then you get into the spades, and that's going to be the swords. Then you're going to get into the club suit, and that's going to be the wands. Okay? And then you're going to get into the diamonds right here, and they're going to be the pentacles. Whoops. Pentacles. Okay? Pretty easy. You just convert them over. Got a mess here now. $7 grams. Woo. See, I'm kind of a control freak. 7 grams. I mean, you're on that ride, and how are you even gonna try to control that? I guess you're supposed to just let go, right? But I mean, after a while, when you're so having these visuals, it's like a punch in the face. 7 grams, wow. That's pretty crazy. I mean, I'm leery about doing 4. 7 grams. So someone's asking me about what the hell is it? Queen of Hearts. Okay. So someone's asking me about the Queen of Hearts. In the Cards of Illumination, this deck, this is the 12th card in the deck. So you can correlate this card and all queens to the house of astrology called Pisces. In the major arcana, the 12 cards, the Hangman. So the Hangman is the Queen of Hearts. You can connect them that way. 12, of course, is tied to the Temple. Tied to magnesium, the Magnus Opus. It's going to be tied to the number 24. It's going to be tied to the body, right? But this is a really interesting card because in the tarot, it's the Queen of Cups. And the Queen of Cups is card number 48. Today is day 40. Today is what's your question 48. Right here. This will be card 47 or 48, depending on if you use the Fool as the 0 or 22. So the Queen of Hearts becomes the Queen of Cups. And it's, in the Alice in Wonderland story, the Queen of Hearts was off with her head. It was the wicked, and it's just tied to Lucifer. Why? Because Lucifer is 223 in the primes, and 48 is the 223rd prime number, and this is card 48. So the Queen, being tied to the one that runs Wonderland, it's the movie. The Queen becomes the movie. Lucifer becomes the light bringer because he's the one that brings the movie to the world stage. It's light. And the Queen is this card right here through this. This is like the maker of dreams. Well, what would be from a occult or esoteric? What would be the maker of dreams? Light. Well, then you have 2 characters in theology that are tied to light. Jesus, the light of the world, and Lucifer, the light bringer. Well, which is it? Well, it's going to be both. And you can't say one's this and what. Yeah, you could put some adjectives on it. Could be good cop, bad cop. But just like in your body, you have an immune system and you got white blood cells. Well, what's the adversary of the white blood cells in the immune system? The bacteria and parasites that are constantly coming in to invade your body. What created those? Same thing that created your immune system. King of Hearts is the 78th card or 77th card in the deck. I'm sorry, it's the 49th card in the deck or the 50th card in the deck. The King of Hearts, King of Cups. Joe Biden, King of Hearts. King of Hearts, 13th card of the deck. 13's tied, and the major arcana is tied to death. 13 is the sun in fire plasma form. It's the word soul, S-O-L, equals 13. Sun is 14, but you have 13 and 14. These numbers are going to encroach. Because you can't say, well, it's sun. Well, some people used to call it soul. That's why Bob Marley sang that song, Buffalo Soldier. It's a soldier. It's someone who works for the sun. Buffalo is 19 in the medicine deck, which is the 19th card in the tarot called the sun card. Bob Marley worked for the sun. The sun's dualistic. So the King of Hearts, the King of Love, because it's the very essence of plasma, the hottest you can get. Like you want a hot, fiery love, the King of Hearts is the true essence of that. And then it just goes down the line. Queen of Hearts, Jack of Hearts, it just goes down the line. I mean, the two of Cups, which is the 2 of Hearts, the hell is it? This is an important card here too. There it is. So the Two of Hearts is the second card in the deck. The Two of Hearts is the second card in the deck. And then in the tarot, it goes to this card right here. This is card 38, 37 or 38. See, this card means a communion. This sits in the Venus-Mercury line. It means a communion. Well, what is it a communion with? Well, it's a communion with something else. It's two people coming together. This is your contract with the world. This card right here. The contract with this world. Because you made a like the Pope Francis, this is tied to his birth card. He's got the Ace of Clubs, which is the Ace of Wands, which is new beginnings, and he just made a new contract. The church did. They're going to go off of Luke 22 verses 10, which talks about Jesus saying, follow me into the house with a man bearing a pitcher of water. So you now have instantaneously and automatically the Holy Bible moving into the age of Aquarius and creating a new contract through Pope Francis, the first Capricornian Pope, because he was born in Argentina, and it's the first Pope to be born south of the equator in the Tropic of Capricorn. The guy was born on December 17th. That's the start of Saturnalia. Pope Francis, his birthday, December 17th. 17 is the star card in the tarot. See, those of you who have birthdays, man, you know, you can take your birthdays. There's only 31. It's going to only go up to the 31st card. Remember, the word ride or die equals 31. The word future equals 31. Why are there only 31 days on some of the months of the calendar? It's tied to the future. 31 is. 31 is pi, 3.14. So if you have a birthday on the 25th, the 24th, the 17th, the 19th, you can tie it to one of these cards in the tarot. So the Pope has this one. His birth card, 17. He's born on the 17th. This is the 17th card. So he's born as a star directly. He's the star of the church. How about that? Pretty easy, right? Then what's his job to do? Influence. He's doing a great job at it. Still over 1 billion subscribers to that. The Queen of Clubs is the 12th card in the deck. Queen of Clubs is the 25th card in the deck. 25. So Jovanka is asking how can I decode my birthday? Well, you go to this website called itsallinthecards.com. Stephen, can you type that, or somebody type itsallinthecards.com. ITSALLINTHECARDS. Itsallinthecards.com. You just go there and type in your birthday, and it'll give you a description of what you're all about. And I promise you, the majority of you will resonate with about 90 to 95% of the information. How is it somebody can write about you that doesn't know you? Well, the short answer is because she's tapped into the code. Who wrote it? The author. Miriam's, the Joker, card number 53. There's 2 Jokers in the deck, so it can be 0 and 53. So you're absolutely right. But you usually have 2 Jokers in the deck. Card 28 is the, who's the 8 of Clubs? 8 of Clubs. Yeah, 8 of Clubs is one of the most psychic cards in the entire deck because the 8 of Clubs is tied to the Demiurge. It's tied to Jehovah, the Yod-Heh-Vah-Heh, the Tetragrammaton, because it's going to be card 30 in the tarot. And 30 is tied to those words that I just mentioned. It's the Stargate, the portal to get in here to this game of life, which just may in fact have a waiting list. So hopefully you're not somebody that complains about life and you wish this and that and oh, it's them and they and Because, there may be a waiting list to get in here, to get into this reality. So it's better to be grateful than to be a complainer. Being grateful is so much more fun than being a complainer. Like, I see some of these decoders, man, and I'm like, I can't even believe what it'd be like to live in your shoes, to do the stuff that you're doing. Like, I see some people out there, all they do is bash other people's channels, and I mean, that's totally fine. I mean, you're just doing what you want to do in your job, I guess, but I wouldn't want to have that code. That's kind of hellish. That's like, like, imagine your whole day is spent on just like trying to take people down, and you don't even know these people, and you're just trying to, like, because you don't like what they got to say. Or, I mean, I've gotten my share of it as well. Like, people don't like my work and, what I got to say. And so you get people that come in and they just want to just try to rip you apart. And that's what makes them feel good. That's the because they wouldn't be doing it if they didn't feel good about it. But I wouldn't want that code. Oof. But the 8 of clubs, one of the most psychic cards in the deck. If you got that card. Drew, the CEO, what is the number 25 attached to? Well, if you look at it from the cards of illumination, it's the Queen of Clubs. And the Queen of Clubs is one of the queens, and we work for the Queen Bee, so I'll just say that. Okay, so if you got the Queen of Clubs card, that's what Santos Bonacci's got. And I'm talking about the stuff that he brings to the table that has value, folks. Not everybody likes him. There's no denying what he's done for the world. Solid individual on what he's done for the world. That's what I value about that guy. He's the Queen of Clubs. Card 25. The Queen of the mind, of the cosmos. And card 25 is going to be tied to the element manganese. Manganese is going to be tied to the number 54. 54 and 55. That's going to be tied to phosphorus. That's going to be tied to xenon, the stranger in your head. The stranger in your head. This is tied to the operating system. This pairs up with the 10 of diamonds, the 3 of hearts, this card. 25 is also tied to the tarot card called the 3 of wands. The 3 of wands. 3 of wands is going to be the 3 of clubs, and that's going to be tied to the word light and Adam, and the word hell equals 16. 16, yeah. It's the 16th card. So the 25 can lead into the number 16, which is going to be tied to light. We're playing out the light game, and you get the queen tied to the 25. Yeah, I can't do the urine thing either. I've drank my urine one time. I took one sip, and that was it. And it took me hours to do it. Hours. No thanks. I mean, to me, this is just my opinion. There's a reason why urine comes out of your body, not to go back in. That's just how I look at it. I mean, you don't see people eating their feces. But urine, yeah, that's a great idea. Let's do the urine. That's just my fun take on it. I mean, I can see maybe doing an enema, because you don't get to taste that, maybe. But I just can't drink it, man. That's just, nope. Sorry. Space Monkey Mafia. So if I add up all my digits, month, day, and year, I get 34-7. Yeah, so your life path is the 34 and the 7. So go look up the number 34. If you go to your favorite search engine and you type in 34 and then these two words, affinity numerology. Affinity, A-F-F-I-N-I-T-Y. Affinity numerology. 34, you just type in 34 and the first search is going to pop up and it's going to be that. And you just click on that and go read about it. It'll have the 7 in there. So you're a blend of the 3, the 4, and the 7. What's interesting about the 3, the 4, and the 7, it's tied to the word G-O-D in numerology. So if you're a 34/7 life path, that's the GOD. Well, everybody is, right? But this is how closely linked you are to your soul contract. Why would the GOD be tied to the number 7? Because 7 is the last day. It's the last chakra where it's got the 144,000, the crown. If you're God and you created earth in 6 days, all the birds and the bees and the plants and the flowers, and on day 7, you're resting. What would you do on your day of rest? You'd look over your creation and you'd be marveling at it, but you then would probably start to look at and critique it. That looks pretty good. That's pretty annoying. I got to make that level of that bird go down just a little bit. You'd be adjusting and tweaking on day number. So that's what you do. The church tells you not to work on the day of the Sabbath. You go and it's pray to the Lord, give thanks to the Lord, and then you're supposed to look at your previous 6 days and figure out what you did good and what you did bad. And then you make adjustments as you go into day number 8 and you start this new week. Well, those of you that have this life path 7, why it's tied to the GOD in a big special way is because it's called the analyst, the spiritual analyst, according to Felicia Bender, the great numerologist. Life path 7, the spiritual analyst. You're going to be a critic. Your job is to look around life and criticize everything because you're the GOD. You're criticizing your own creation. That's what you're doing. So it's like when somebody says, oh, there's chemtrails up there. That's you observing your creation. Be like, what the hell's going on up there? And then you start to go tell people about it. That's how change happens. We don't really know what's going on with that because there's more that meets the eye than just that they're spraying this and that, because they're breathing in as well. But anybody that's looking up at the sky and they see chemtrails, it's just the GOD. It's just God working through you, looking up at the sky and be like, oh my God, there's chemtrails. What the hell are those things? I'm going to go find out. And maybe you call somebody up on the phone that has connections to somebody that flies one of those planes. How big of a job would you have on the world stage at that point? And maybe free will comes in at this point and you're like, okay, I'm going to use my ethics. I know what's going on. And now I'm going to call up a reporter from the newspaper and I'm going to tell them all about this exclusive story about what's being sprayed up there. I got the first right from the horse's mouth. This is how the whole change of our reality works, folks. Everybody's got a freaking part to play. Cut back on the asparagus. So Zeno's saying, tell us about the dance floor on the Masonic checkerboard. Well, let's just remove the word Masonic because it's just a checkerboard. It's just a chessboard. What is the chessboard? 64 squares. Why are there 64 squares on a chessboard? Because there are 64 possible codons in our DNA. There are 64 numbers in the ancient I Ching occult system. 64 is tied to the human design and the gates, the total gates and the gene keys. 64 is the element gadolinium, and gadolinium has got the big TV screen on there telling you that you're a human being and you're on television. That's what the checkerboard means. The duet. When you see a black and white floor, you're on television. How does it feel? What are you doing? When anybody out there, when you see a checkerboard floor, get rid of this programming of it's Masonic. Oh my God, it's Masonic. Get rid of that. It's just a freaking black and white checkerboard floor. Now what? What does that mean? It should be, when I see that stuff, it makes me grateful because now I realize I'm Logan and I get to have this amazing experience. And now I'm grateful. It reminds me to be grateful. I'm in duality and there ain't nothing I can do about it till I die. That's the one thing that we all share as a commonality and a fact is that you ain't getting out until you die. And we don't even know what happens after that. So there's nothing Masonic about a checkerboard or chessboard. 64 squares, black and white. There are 16 pieces per side. 16 plus 16 is 32. That's going to be tied to the element sulfur, an essential element for this world to survive in, by the way. 16. 16 is tied to light. The word light equals 16. The word atom equals 16. The word child equals 16. The child of light. It's coming down to play out a chess piece. You have the 8 pawns that go across. And then you get the 2 bishops, the 2 knights, the 2 rooks, the king and queen. 16 pieces. So I broke it down chess, and I think that the rooks, the castles, are going to be the 10s. The wand, the 10 of clubs, the 10 of diamonds, the 10 of spades. And then you have the bishops, which are going to be the number 9s that work for the church. The spokesperson for the church that move diagonally. They can form the letter V. And then you get the horses that make the letter L. And those are the knights, the militants. The jacks. And then you get the king and queens. The queen's the most powerful. That's why the feminine is what runs this reality, not the masculine. It's feminine. I can't have a baby. If you're a male, man, you can't have a kid. You can't produce offspring. It's a big thing right there. That is the thing of all things. Because without humping and creating, there's no game. You wouldn't be here if your parents didn't hump. Pretty obvious. Yeah, the checkerboard it does represent the earth plane. We're on the motherboard. Okay? If you start to look at a computer motherboard, it looks a hell of a lot like a city. The word city is 3141, just like pi. The word city in numerology, 3141. It's the disk it's squaring the circle. It's where you're going to get the square and compass, and you get into all sacred geometry. It's not evil. There's nothing Masonic about it. They use it, sure. '64 is tied to Nintendo. 64-bit tied to computers. 64 is going to be tied to the element copper and zinc. 29 and 30, which is tied to the demiurge and the devil. Because as I've been saying, you're the devil. You are the devil. You just got to be the best little devil you can be. Get some ethics. Go study ethics. Like if you're such a God's gift, how are your ethics? Let me look at your life for a week. Let's see what you're doing in your life on the daily. A lot of people, I'm spiritual. Anybody, you can say words are meaningless. Like I said, man, I said earlier, and I was just laughing. We had Jordan on earlier, but I had a conversation with Jordan, and I said, I think people in this reality, and again, I used to be this way. So I'm poking fun at myself. I think people are professional regurgitators, meaning they read about something or they hear about something and that sounds good, and I'll just adopt that. Like again, if you take chemtrails, for example, my perfect example of professional regurgitation. You look up in the sky and you see these things being spread all over the place. Okay, fine. That's obviously a 1 + 1 = 2. But the majority of people are, there's this and it's ball and it's barium and aluminum and they're connected. And it's like, have you ever tested the air before? Well, no, but it says it, but this. So you're regurgitating it then. That's easy to do. Well, that looks good. Well, that guy's got a PhD, so it must be right because he's a doctor. OxyContin must be good for you because the doctor recommended it to take it. You can't just go by titles and be fancied and enamored by somebody with a title and say, well, they said it was this. So again, using the chemtrails, man, and all that stuff, I'm not saying they're good or bad. I'm just, take away the adjectives of how we used to describe them. There has to be more to what's going on than just what people are regurgitating. There has to be. I'm not a proponent. I'm not an agent trying to bend the whole thing here. I'm just giving you my opinion, but people just regurgitate what they hear and what they see without ever investigating it on themselves. Like, are you in the lab testing it? Are you doing your own testing? And then, the people that are spraying them, they're breathing them in. So there has to be something more to it than just they're doing it to kill you. And it's 11:15. Here we go, about 45 minutes to go. So we're going to go from the fool, the joker, to the only other card in the deck. These two dates, December 31st and January 1st, are the only 2 days, and they're back to back, that have cards that are only matched up to these birthdays. And it's the King of Spades, this guy right here. 52nd card in the deck, tied to the element tellurium. Tellurium means tellus from the Greek, Latin word and that means earth. This is the king of the earth right here. King of Spades. So what is spades? The earth. See, in the tarot, it's going to be the swords, which are going to be above the diamonds or the pentacles. But these came before the tarot. I'm not saying the tarot has its own system, has its own set of merits. But when you rank up alchemy, this is the 52nd card in the deck. Tellurium is the 52nd element. The word prison planet equals 52. It's got a weight of 127, which is the 31st prime number. The word ride or die is 31. The word future is 31. It just doesn't get any more obvious. You're in a prison. It's called the Hotel California, and it's this. And you ain't getting out till you die. So it's better to stop complaining and bickering and whining and bitching and moaning about things. Go create your utopia. Spend time creating your utopia instead of complaining about the dystopia. Wireless Plum 2. What did I go to jail for? No problem. I've disclosed this many times. So back in 2003, I started to do real estate. I got into real estate, and I just happened to fall into it. Somebody I was dating was working with this big real estate developer up in the San Francisco Bay Area. And she's like, hey, you should go work for him. I met him. We kind of hit it off. He was cool. And he wanted me to exclusively work for him. So I started out by driving around looking at personal single-family homes to expand upon on lots, et cetera. So I got involved in real estate, got my real estate license. That was a big deal for me. But I passed the test the first time. And then we moved on to buying bigger, more commercial properties. And I was just kind of his right-hand man, if you will. I would take care of all the ridiculous stuff as well. It's kind of like, the grunt work, real estate worker. But then we got into expansion, and then he started to get into what were called condo conversions. And condo conversions are where you take apartment build. This is back in 2004, 2005. And it was when you would buy an apartment building and you convert every single unit into a condo, and you could sell those off. This is when condos were big. This is when the subprime market was in full effect. And you could get zero down, stated loans where you just tell on the list. You don't have to provide any kind of verification at all. It was crazy. And then you get that movie called The Big Short in 2015, based on the true story of that. But anyway, my real estate developer got so big, he started to bring people in to buy the properties, which they're called straw buyers. And I justified it when I was with him working because all the mortgage payments got paid on time, and he was kind of reinventing the wheel. And I'm all about that, reinventing the wheel. So for years, it was a major operation. I got my family involved. I've said this so many times, I don't hide behind it because it was the greatest experience going to prison. But anyway, in 2008, my world came crashing down. Everything that I had been doing in real estate, I got basically told, hey, there's no more work for you anymore. Just my life. 2008 was like a big year, but then I found The Secret, that personal development, and I got into Bob Proctor. So it was a blessing. I went from crashing and burning and to getting into personal development. So I got indicted with 5 other people, and the charge was conspiracy to commit wire fraud because it was doing mortgages over state lines. And I was just, I was just a little gopher, but I got hit up with 4 other people and got served with 24 months. And it was a white collar crime, and I went in, I was on what's called pretrial. So you basically have to report to somebody once a month. I had moved back to LA from San Francisco to just get a fresh start. And that's when I got into really a lot of personal development, et cetera, et cetera. And then in 2011, I had to go in 24 months, served 18, did halfway house, came home. But in prison, it was the greatest experience of my life. I read over 100 books, most of them on personal development, numerology, astrology. I put my time to good use. I made lemonade out of it. Met some cool people there, white collar crimes. And it was a big life transformation for me. And then I got out and, started creating this Decode Your Reality brand. And here I am today, So I'm not that person that I used to be because I was heavily involved. Like back then when I was doing real estate, I didn't know shit. I was asleep. I was just like chasing the American dream. I just wanted the cash. I was just having fun. I was just having fun. So that's what happened with me. And you can look it up online. You can look up my name online. It's public knowledge. I don't hide from it. I don't care. But that's when I woke up. That's when I hit rock bottom, if you would, But it was the greatest experience ever of my life. It transformed my life for sure. And now everybody knows what it feels like to be in prison because all of you had to stay put in your homes during what went on in the past couple of years. You just didn't get a damn sentence like I did. Egyptian deity, talk about karma and food. In what context? Eating certain foods is going to cause certain karma? I don't understand your question. Ryan's asking, any relation to King of Hearts and 3 of Clubs? There's always going to be relations because every year these cards move. These charts, these cards. This is chart number 76. You see it? 76. These cards all move around. Every time you then I go to 77, right? So there's gonna be a connection with the 3 of Clubs and the where are you asking? The King of Hearts. You'll find it in your spaces. And it's like a bingo chart. You can look at the numbers. You can look at the numbers dominant in your life right now. You can look at dates on the calendar, things happening. The code will start to talk to you if you pay attention to it. All right, so let's switch gears here. Yeah, the psychedelics will eventually become legalized. We're through that prohibition stage. We've gone through that. Cannabis is almost there. You're going to get into, and why? Think about this. Why did we go through a prohibition stage of cannabis, and now we're going to be moving into psychedelics? Because it's already happening. Why now? Because we're moving into the age, or have moved into the age of Aquarius. I know thyself. How do you know yourself? You go within, you take something to get you out of body experience. You do these ceremonies to go deeper, the deeper meanings of life. You didn't need that in the age of Pisces, which is why it was illegal, because it was all about, hey, you want to get your psychedelic payoff? Go to the church. Go listen to what the pastor's got to tell you. He'll paint the picture for you. He'll tell you that you're sinning and you're the devil and don't, this and that. Now, we don't need the church anymore. You don't need someone to tell you to be a good person. Just go do it. It's been there all right along. Like, if you have the itch to be a humanitarian, then go be a humanitarian. Don't deny it. All right, so I'm going to click on, just let me get this music. Hold on. Let me change it up, put some dream state on. Okay. Okay. So I'm gonna put in now. I'm gonna start up the Zoom. Let me see if we can get. I'm gonna see if I can get this to work. There's the link. I'm gonna pin it at the top. Can somebody try that link? Stephen, can you try? Somebody try. Oh, Stephen, don't, because you're moderating. But can somebody try clicking on the link that I just pinned and see if you'll come into this Zoom meeting? And if you want to come in and you want to interact and you want to get on here, I'm treating this like phone calls. You don't have to show your face. I'm going to see if I can get this to work. I can't promise you, but let's see. Let me see if I can get it to work. No one, you don't call in, you just click on the link. If you don't have a Zoom account, I'm not sure if it'll work, but I'm going to try this right to the left, of me here. I'm going to have a little box. Actually, let me just show you what it looks like. There it is right there. And I'm going to see if I can get some more people to come in here and start asking questions. And I'm going to be very adamant about what I'm going to request, okay? Please limit your comments to a minute or less, and please have a point to your comment. Don't just come in here and just start telling me us about your dog and, all that kind of stuff. This is about, okay, Ryan's in here. So just please with that. Let's see if we can get Ryan in here. Hold on, let me see. Let's see if I can get him. Okay. There we go. Let's see if we can get him in here. Ryan, can you talk and can we hear you? You may have your cell phone mute, Ryan. Yeah, you're still okay. Ryan, can you talk?
Yes, sir.
Oh, cool. All right, cool. So we got Ryan there on the left-hand side. You don't have to be on video, brother. How you doing, man?
I'm okay. How are you doing, guys?
I'm awesome. Thanks for calling, bro. Or coming on the Zoom call.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I was like, dang, dude, I'm hanging with Logan on New Year's.
Yeah, that's cool, man. So what's your question, my friend? What did you want to talk about? Remember, try to limit this to a minute or under if you have something to talk about, but let's keep it flowing.
Oh, you know what? I'm really, really curious as what you could, if you could elaborate at all on the number 22.
Yeah, 22 is the master builder. Typically in numerology, it's going to be the master builder. In the medicine deck, it's going to be tied to the beaver card. Obviously, the Native American Indians that designed that card deck knew that in nature, the master builder was the beaver. 22, of course, is tied. It's a double Taurus. It can reduce down to the number 4, which means builder, okay? The 4, builder, the square, the cube. But the 22 is tied to the Fool card as well. So if you're somebody that has a master life path number 22, this is your soul contract. You came here to build something. You need to build it with the mindset of being a fool. Not a fool as in like you're a fool. No, like a kid. Build it from what a fool would be like. Like when you look at the Fool card, you see him here, this person right here, flamboyant, it's both masculine, feminine, and it doesn't give a shit. It just wants to, this is what you want to create from. Being a little bit masculine, being a little bit feminine, right? You're going to have one that's dominant over the other. We both are male, female, but this is going to be tied to the 22. If you take out the Fool card, you're going to move into the Ace of Clubs or the Ace of Wands. And a lot of people coming in here now. Let me just show you. So this tied to the 22, right? Let me see if I find it here. Okay, so there it is.
Cool.
This could be card 22. And now you have the Hollywood stick. Hollywood being 23. This is the 23rd card in the deck. And what do you see there? A magic wand, right? Think about what I'm telling you. I know you asked about the 22, but this could be called 23. So Hollywood's 23. There's the Hollywood, the magic wand. It's just pretty funny, right? But 22 is pretty awesome because you're a master builder. But you got to build from the aspects of being a fool. Like, don't go out there and build from the basic fundamentals of your past. Like, I've been cheated on, I've been ripped off, I've been screwed over. Oh my God, I lost 50 grand on that deal, and now I'm going to be very cautious. Like, yeah, you want to be, obviously use these as bridges to move into your next place of what you're going to build. But 22, as the master builder, you want to build from a place of being a child. As you do want anything. You want to build it from the place of that. All right, Ryan?
Thank you.
You're welcome, brother. So anybody that's coming on here, this is the first time I'm trying this. So whoever's on here, please mute your audio if you have not done so yet, if someone else is speaking, because it will probably pick up everybody, and I don't want to do that. If you want to speak, just come on, and you don't have to show your face. So who's this right here? So Eduardo, welcome out, brother. You're probably on mute, so you got to take yourself off mute. Eduardo, you got the dance floor right now, brother. Going once, going twice. Anybody else want to come in? Eduardo, maybe you'll figure it out, brother, but you definitely don't have any. You're not on mute, so I don't know what's going on. You're not coming through. You're on mute, so you got to take yourself off. All right, who we got on here? Russell, go ahead, brother.
Hey, how you doing?
You're on the dance floor. Good, man. How you doing?
Good. I just recently found your channel. Big fan so far. My question is in regards to all this knowledge that we're acquiring through decoding and reincarnation. Is there, what are your thoughts on being reincarnated and not having all of this knowledge that we acquired in this life in reference to our next life?
So can I just kind of rephrase what you're asking is having too much knowledge going to get you recycled back into the game?
Yes.
Well, I mean, ignorance is bliss, right? So if you don't know the stove's hot and you touch it, you're going to get burned? Of course. So how far down the rabbit hole do we want to go? And is there a limitation on that? You're going to get into theology. And of course, that scripture made famous by a lot of people regurgitating it about the society, the skull and bones, Genesis 3:22, right? And that's if you're a fan of theology. What if you're not a fan of theology? What if I've studied the Vedas, right? What if you're Hinduism or Buddhism? Well, the Bible wouldn't have any merit in your life. Would it affect your life then? So that would be the big question. But how much knowledge is enough? And would it get you reincarnated? I did it. Check out have you watched my reincarnation decoded?
Not yet, no.
Go watch that decode, bro. I explain it all in there, man. We may never get out of this game. That's why it's very important to not only focus on what you want to create in this life, because you want to be a star in your own movie, not an extra in theirs. That's not a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Because if this is the only shot you got, man, why would you waste it giving your gas to some other organization that is not going to give you anything back in return? That's not a lot of fun. That's not a payoff. You're just going to decay quicker. So.
Yeah, and I guess the fear is like having to come back here and lose everything that I've learned so far, because I think back when I was a kid or even a teenager or young adolescent, I was ignorant, and I didn't know the things I know now. So now that I know things, it's like, oh man, if I have to come back to this place and start all over and maybe not even getting this type of knowledge in my next life.
Yeah, that may be the truth. I mean, the word memory has the word mem in it. You convert that to the Aramaic Hebrew, that's the 13th letter. That's the death card. So, we may lose our memory, and Jason Bourne series and all those great movies. We may just have to, that's it. We have to start over from scratch again.
Right.
There may not it just may not be a choice about it. I don't know.
Yeah.
But thanks for calling in, my friend. I appreciate you coming in and asking your question.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thanks for.
New Year.
Yeah, you too, brother. Of course. All right, anybody joining in, you don't have to show yourself, but just put yourself on mute if you don't mind. And just one by one, just yield to somebody else. Who we have on here? We have Total Recode. I like that. Go ahead, Total Recode. You're on the dance floor.
Can you hear me, Logan?
Yes,
Ethan.
loud and clear.
All right. I got something for you too.
Oh, what's up, Ethan? I forgot. This is your dude. We got to get you an avatar. This tea's just not cutting it. Where's
I
your?
just made this.
Oh,
I
you
just
did.
made
Okay.
this Zoom
Okay.
account.
Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have the great decoder Ethan Rucker on the dance floor right now. One of the better decoders out there, man. I mean, he's really shining some light on some things, and I appreciate all his work. What do you got, my friend?
Well, obviously you have episode 48, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Happy New Year, 48. You like that?
I like where you're going with that. You always give me some good ones, man.
Okay. All right. Well, Tree of Life happens to equal 48, as well as a numerical mirror. All right.
Okay.
Obviously, the big number I've been into is Jason's 2178.
Okay.
Okay.
What's it?
And,
Okay. So anybody listening, what is the 2178? Quickly, Ethan, with that.
Obviously, Jason Bashir's refers to it as a holographic reflection, or the number that mirrors itself. So if you were to take 8712 minus 2178, you get 6,534. You minus 4,356, you get 2178, and it's a perpetual loop, okay? And you add just those numbers up, not reducing. 2 plus 1 plus 7 plus 8, you get 18. Mir in Chaldean equals 18.
Yep. Jesus equals 18. Christ equals 18.
Correct. Water, gravity.
Water's 18. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the Euler's number 2.718, I kind of associate that with that 2178. So that 48 in 21 or in E appears at 228, and Etzekayim, which is the tree of life, which equals 48 in Hebrew gematria, is 228. Okay, that appears at 228, 229. Add those together, you get 457, which is the 88th prime.
88th prime. Isaiah 45:7. Yep. Awesome, awesome connections, brother. I really appreciate you calling in and sharing those bombs, man. Those are really awesome.
It was funny you were talking about the satanic. I remember when I first started mingling with you, I was really into that, and I'm such a Chaldean fundamentalist now.
Yeah, you are, for sure.
There's nothing like that, and I thank you for that one.
Wow. Well, hey, thank the universe for that. You know, and
that opened up so many doors that it's amazing. So thank you.
Yeah, of course, brother. Thank you. You dropped so many gems that like, you know, you're embedded in a lot of the decodes I do. As you know, I've given you some credit sometimes where you come in, and you know, a lot of the times, a lot of the slides are influenced by you and other selected decoders that are just really dialed in and using this great methodology. That's beautiful. It's just really beautiful. Excuse me. All right, and Ethan, do you have some people are asking, do you have a YouTube channel? You want to drop that in before I move on to the next caller?
It's Total Recode.
Oh, Total Recode, RECODE. Yeah. Okay.
Correct.
Cool. Total Recode.
I always liked Schwarzenegger as a kid, and I don't know, Total Recode, Total Recall. So
nice.
That's where I got it from.
Okay, cool. So there you go, ladies and gentlemen. The great Ethan Rucker, Total Recode. His YouTube channel. Yeah. Go check him out. Go subscribe to his channel. He's very good at what he does, and I really enjoy his content. Ethan, man, all the best, brother. Keep in touch, huh?
All right, I appreciate it.
You got it, man.
Happy New Year, brother.
Yeah, you too, man.
Have a good one.
You too. All right. So that was great, Ethan Rucker. Anybody else want to come on? We have quite a few people here. If you want to jump in, go ahead. Just unmute yourself and then yield to somebody that may jump in before you.
Hey, what's up?
There we go. Eduardo, what's going on, brother?
Hey, what's up, Jason? I mean, Logan.
Oh, you can call me either one. Doesn't matter. I go by both.
My bad, man. Yeah, I found your channel. I was sitting, I was 22 years old last year. I was sitting in rehab. And we used to have the little TVs with Netflix and YouTube. And I first started following Waters Above.
Uh-huh.
And then I ran into your channel, and it was just like, it was really interesting. But anyways, I just wanted to say Happy New Year, and I watched a few of your videos, and You're doing great work, so just keep it up.
I appreciate the feedback, the love, the support, man. You're greatly appreciated. Your words inspire me to continue to go and do this great work. And again, I'm taking all of you with me. All of you that want to come on this ride, man. We're creating this amusement park together to show the world how it all works. So we're all part of this.
Yeah, it's cool. Your code could flip really fast too. You know, you can go down one road and in a blink of an eye, or another path.
Right.
So life's pretty cool.
It's really cool. Yeah, that's the way to look at it, man. Life is really cool, because when you look at it that way, you start to be grateful for it versus being angry and mad at it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
All right, man. I'm not gonna hold you up anymore.
All right. Hey,
Happy New
Eduardo,
Year.
thanks for the support. I appreciate you. Sending you a lot of love. Happy New Year to you, 2023. All right. Anybody else want to come on the dance floor? And
Yeah.
here we
what's
go.
up? What's up, Logan? Hey, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, brother. Who's speaking? Just your first name's fine. EC? Is that right?
EC.
I said that
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
That's a cool. Is that your name or is that just your avatar name?
Appreciate you sending you a
No,
lot of
no.
love. Happy New Year to you, 2023.
You're gonna have
All right,
to. Someone's gonna have to turn. Someone's got to go on mute. Hold on one second. Somebody's got. Okay. Go ahead, Issa, or EC.
Yeah, that's my name.
I love it, dude. That's awesome. 2 eyes and an S, man. That's pretty cool. It even looks cool looking at the letters.
Yeah. Growing up was EC, and then eventually it ended up everyone got lazy and just called me E. But outside of that, hey Logan, you know I'm waiting for your shorts on YouTube's, man. I'm like, why doesn't Logan put up little shorts about all his all your good stuff that you got going on?
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
Sure that's the pipeline, right?
Yeah, man. It's, a lot of people, there's so many platforms. And for me, I'm trying to simplify my life, which is why I really just use YouTube. And I have an Instagram, but it's mainly just my graphics and, my inspirational quotes and some of the things you may have saw in the beginning of this. But I haven't done any shorts. I mean, I guess eventually I may get to there, but I'm a one-man show. And I think I would need to probably bring somebody on to expand this decode. We have, Jordan and I and my buddy Flox, we got some big plans in the works for 2023, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to revolutionize this decoding world. That's all I'm going to tell you about, but some great things to look forward to. And maybe these shorts that you're suggesting here may be a part of that.
Awesome. Hey, Logan, real quick, I was wondering, anything for the Taurus, the manifesting generators for the year 2023 that you see in the cards or anything like that?
Well, it's not going to be in the car. You're a manifesting generator and you're a Taurus?
Yes.
Okay, are you a Taurus sun? And what's your birthday?
April 23rd, 74.
Okay. So the 23 is the most fortunate number in numerology, and you're the Jack of Clubs. Did you know that? Have you studied the Jack of Clubs?
No, I haven't said. So
Okay.
obviously, I got introduced through Jordan.
Okay.
And your stuff is just amazing.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're actually destroying my world, Logan. I mean, you could have just let me be and just maybe enjoy my crypto world with Jordan, but now you're just, now I'm like revisiting everything, and my kids think I'm crazy now.
That's all right, man. You got to be crazy in an insane world, man. That's the way you got to be, I think, anyway. But the 23 is the most fortunate number in numerology. Now we're talking about numerology. I'm not going to regurgitate it and say that it's the only number that matters, but it's the royal star of the lion that equals 69 in numerology. It's going to be tied to the star Leo and Regulus and the sickle and the sun. Okay, 23, the reason why Michael Jordan, LeBron James, they wear these number 23, Michael Beckwith, why are they wearing these numbers? It's tied to the royal star of the lion, okay? It's going to also be tied to the moon. 23 is tied to the word moon, it's tied to the word Mercury, it's tied to the word blood and crown and history. All these words that link up to the Christ. That's why it's the most fortunate number, 23. And the 23 in your cards is the Jack of Clubs, which is card number 24. So you're going to have the 23 into the 24, and these numbers, when you add them up, of course, they're going to have significance. 23 and 24. It's going to give you 47. 47 is tied straight up to the tetragrammaton. So we start to look at numbers how that bleed into one another. And when you start to look at how numbers bleed into one another, you realize they start pairing up with one another. So since you're a Taurus in the Western tropical astrology, you pair up and you just bleed over from Aries. Aries, the ram, is the first sign. And it's the seed planter. And then what does Taurus do? It cultivates the seed. That's why it's the bull, because the bulls plow the field. And you deal good with currency, right? Currency, and that's why Wall Street has the bull on it. So you're a workhorse, you're a CEO, you're born to be that way. You're that guy who wants to perhaps, there's going to be multiple facets to this, but if you have a number that's the royal star of the line, the 23rd, which is a very, very most significant, prestigious number in numerology, and then you kind of like say, what do I really want to do with my life? And you're like, man, I want to make $100 million. Okay, but the key is, if you make it, what are you going to do with it? You see, that's the kicker. Now you get into it. You're going to be a philanthropist? Are you going to go create a utopia? Or are you just going to be service to self, buy a whole bunch of yachts and boats and cars? And, are you going to be service to self? And is that even a choice? But these are all the layers that I see for the 23, the Taurus energy. But I'd have to look at a lot of other things. But the Jack of Clubs, being the 24th card in the deck, is going to be tied to the mind. And the Jack of Clubs, being the 24th card in the deck, is going to be tied to the 24 hours on a clock. 24 is a big, 24 hours in the day, that show 24. 24 is 24 military time. They go on at 24 hours. So the Jack of Clubs is a very it's an energy, it's a mind card. Very intelligent, Jack of all trades. If you want to be a master of something, you'll move into the king space, but the Jack has the ability to move into the king space. But if you just really widen your arena and you become very watered down with what you want to do on the world stage, you can become like a Renaissance man with this Jack of Clubs card. But the key is, do you want to really harness your energy into becoming a king? Do you want to become the king on the chessboard? Right? That's the ability that the king of clubs, like the Jack of Clubs, can have. The Jacks are the knights, the ones that go out into battle. So your mind is constantly going out into battle, looking at how to improve your life. And I got a friend of mine who is a Jack of Clubs, and he speaks 6 languages. This guy's the epitome of a Jack of Clubs. Super smart, aces everything, just can do whatever he wants to do. Jack of all trades, Jack of Clubs. Okay?
That's amazing. Hey, Logan, look at this, man. That was just a couple minutes, and I'm just like, wow, mind blown. I told myself, 2023, I'm purchasing your Cosmic Sugar, your top $800, so you can really decode me. Because if what you're saying is true, and my life's decoded, I might as well figure it out, right? So that at least maybe from there on, I can do better with my kids and try to figure out their decode and better raise them, right? Right, Logan?
Yeah, that's absolutely right. That's a good point. So all of you that just resonate with that, if you got children, like the course I have coming out, right? A reading is awesome, right? But I mean, honestly, why am I creating this course? I don't want to do readings like I do now. Like I can only reach one person. My readings take 3 hours typically. That's one person to change or to give them their amusement park. But if I can do a course and I can reach people and I can reach a lot of people with something that will be affordable for anybody's budget, which it will be, it's going to be priced under $100. I can already tell you that now, guaranteed it will be under $100. And the course, once you get the course and you figure out how to decode yourself, you can use the same principles and place those into your partners, place those into your children, and you can start to look at your kids as they grow up and be like, oh my God, there's the Jack of Clubs, woo! There's this, he's a Jack of all trades. And then you kind of like, what do you want to be when you grow up? And it just gives that whole question so much more meat and potatoes to it, so much more meaning to it. What do you want to be when you grow up?
Absolutely. And as a dad, I want to be able to give these kids, especially what I've been learning and hearing from you. But I'll just be real with you, Logan. Start off 2023. Your pricing of that 800. I mean, come on. There are people who are charging $10,000 to get a phone call from them to sit there for an hour for you to learn how to make $1 million or take your business to the next level. I think your price range is very reasonable.
I appreciate that, man.
Oh, come on, Logan.
I appreciate that.
Detail. I read it, Logan. I saw it and I was like, oh, wow, this is a deal. He will break everything down, paper, video, and then you'll walk through it. It's just like everything else. It's not about if you can afford it or not. It's what are you willing to sacrifice to get you to the next place and how to just get there, man. Hey, listen, I love you. I appreciate you.
Thank you, man. Much love. Much love. Thanks. I'll never forget your name, Isi. So that's a pretty cool name. So thanks for calling in. I appreciate you. And before I take the next caller, so whoever wants to jump in just on unmute yourself and just hang tight really quick. You know, that's a great point. Like, and I'm not writing this to support, like, cause I have people that email me, your prices are too much. It's like, dude, do you go to the Apple store to buy a phone and be like, your phone's too much? Do you do that? Why are you coming and doing it on my stuff? Your supplements are too much. Can I get a discount on that head of lettuce? Did you do that when you go to the grocery store? Your yogurt's too expensive. No, you just go to the freaking grocery store and you buy it. But because it's a course that I have and people look at it like, damn. It's just, people are hilarious, man. And he brought up a good point. There are people that are in the life strategist, life coach space where you got to spend thousands of dollars with them.
Logan, are you able to hear me?
Oh, hey, go ahead, brother.
I am Kairos.
Kairos, nice to have you, man. Oh, we actually have somebody actually showing their face, so that's kind of cool.
No, I'm right here with you. So
Welcome out, brother.
Appreciate the invitation, taking advantage of this nice avenue for communication.
Enjoyable. Yeah.
I have. So I've been a content creator on YouTube for a little over a year, and I'm having some enjoyable experiences finding a lot of the so-called Tartarian evidence, the melted phenomenon. So I'm having my eyes opened and I'm enjoying that. But about a year and a half, and I've chatted with you on the chat. I'm a fellow ex-Jehovah's Witness.
Okay, cool. So just before you move forward, just try to keep your story for a minute and under, okay? So we can kind of banter back and forth. Okay.
Yeah, I apologize. So I kind of had a vision about water about a year and a half ago.
Okay.
And the message was coming on when the Watch the Water phenomenon was hitting on. And basically what I heard was the truth is in the water, and the water never lies. And to me that, the water is flat, so there's no lying about that. What is your view on the water?
The water and what, and in correlation to what?
Well, our environment is mainly water.
Right.
And I was drawn to the water by some dripping water sounds that was almost like a language.
Right.
And then the water is truthful.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. Okay. Well, I'm not really sure about your question. What's really your question you're asking me?
I'd like to know how you interpret water, how it correlates with our day to day, because it is, without water, no life at all is possible for us.
Totally.
And I'm not sure how it fits in with the elements, and if there's a decode on water that you could share with us, I think that would help me.
Okay. Well, water is 18 in numerology, so if you instantly bring in the science of numbers, you're going to get the Christ. And the body's made up of primarily water, and the world is primarily 71% water, right? The land mass is primarily water. So yeah, water is the holy grail. It feeds everything. It is nourishment. It is the Christ. It's love is really what it is. Water is love. And it can be programmable like Dr. Amodi did in Japan, all his great research and studies. You can talk to your water. People get into what kind of water they want to drink, et cetera, et cetera. People say distilled water. I say nature doesn't do distilled water. Nature does slightly alkaline water.
I've got about 5 gallons of really nice rainwater.
Cool.
We've got a big storm and I'd like to drink it.
Okay, cool. Have you ever tested it?
I have not had it tested for what might be in the water, but I've drank a lot of rainwater. I've made a lot of so-called moon water.
Okay.
I love water. And when you mentioned the 18 and the Christ, so I had this vision and the droplets of water after like crying out directly for a message from Christ, right? Mm-hmm. And then this water seems to be, integral, and it is the breath of life was water.
Yeah, the air we breathe has H2O. It has precipitation in it, right? So there's no doubt that
the dust. It animated that clay.
Animates the dust, yeah, because the dust is dry and flaky, and there's really no shape because it's it needs moisture to pull the particles together. So no doubt about it. That water is an extremely important element on the world stage.
Yeah. Hey, I'm gonna bug out, and I might I might pop out onto your Zoom another time.
All right.
Pleasure to speak
Thanks
with you.
for coming on. I appreciate you. Happy New Year to you, 2023. Focus on
You
what
as
you
well.
want to create, your utopia, and thanks for your support here on Decode Your Reality and the family we have here.
Yes, sir. Good night to you.
All right. Good night to you. All right. So we had something on water. Interesting, right? Does anybody else want to jump on? We have a few more people on here. If you want to join the Zoom call, at the very, very top of the text is the link. I've pinned the comment there. You just click on that if you have Zoom, and
Hello, Logan.
you'll join
Can
in
you hear
here. Hey, what's up? Is it V?
Yeah, V.
Nice to
I'm
have you,
actually
brother.
Valentino.
Oh, Valentino.
I've emailed you a couple times, and I just want to say thank you for the
okay.
free resources.
Oh yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, those of you that have emailed me, man, I'm pretty short with my emails. It's my least favorite way of communicating. So sometimes.
Thank you for the response.
Yeah.
Very
Okay. Cool.
appreciated.
Cool. Okay. Cool. Yeah. I appreciate your support. Yeah. What's going on?
Yeah. So I have a little synchronicity, and then I guess a little question about with regards to it.
Try to keep it a minute. Try to keep it flowing, a minute or under. Go ahead. Do it like a Micro Machines commercial.
So, the cards of destiny. I just want to say those are always very accurate, and I talk to friends about that a lot. A friend of mine actually gave me a birthday card that was the King of Clubs before I even looked at any of this stuff, and she made like a little King of Clubs, V of Clubs for me.
Okay.
And my actual card is the King of Clubs, the Mental Master.
Yep.
So my question is, how can somebody with that card, the Mental Master, who is very much so in the mental kind of ethereal realm, translate a little bit better to the physical realm of that card? If you can answer that question, if it's specific enough.
Yeah, well, I mean, the King of Clubs is going to be. This is how important this card is through the context of the card. So the King of Clubs is your ego card, okay? But your spirit card. Your spirit card is your mind. The ego card is your body and how your identity navigates through this reality. So I'm not going to take away you have a high intellect and they're here for mental mastery. But there are many King of Clubs on the world stage that are not doing that, right? So this is why I think the proper tools need to be taken into consideration. And that's you have a spirit card. So your spirit card is the Two of Spades. Okay, it's this card right here, the Two of Spades. And the importance of this card right here is it means the communion of man and woman. Okay, it's the right hemisphere, the right and left hemispheres of your brain. It's the infinity symbol if we flip it on the side. It's past, present, and future. And this represents the spade, which is man. And this card is card 41, and that's linked directly to the word Elohim in Hebrew, which are the creator gods. Okay? This is tied to the Akashic records talked about in the Vedas and these ancient texts. All right, so the King of Clubs is tied to the Akashic records. That's the position you have. Your mind works through you can tap into the Akashic records. Like it's not everybody gets directly in tie with the Akashic record. Everybody can have access to it,
cool.
but not directly through the lineage of this context, this methodology.
Wow. Okay, so is that like when I'm looking at it in like a mental realm? Is that I'm able to connect to it? Or
Kind of thing? I can only give you theoretical positions on this, maybe some suggestions as a tour guide of what maybe you could and could not do there. First and foremost, you're definitely somebody who should be meditating every day. Like you brush your teeth, you wipe your butt every day. You should be meditating and you don't got to do it for 10 minutes. That's it. But do it as a ritual. 10 minutes every day, okay. Play some music, some solfeggio, burn some incense, get all the senses involved, okay? And then that's your time, and then maybe you want to keep a log of it. Okay, Monday, I meditated for 10 minutes, my mind was all over the place. I was thinking about feeding the dog, and like you're gonna have that, but then when you get good, if you practice it over and over, then you can go in there with an objective. Like, okay, I got this project on the world stage, and I'm gonna think about that in the entire 10 minutes. And if my mind wanders, I'm going to catch that and I'm going to go right back onto that idea. And then you expand on the idea and then you make it bigger. And now you're tapping into the Akashic records. This is the spirit card that runs and you work for. And this right here, the infinity symbol is inside if you just put an infinity symbol here, you'll fit it in between those two swords. And this card is indecision because she's sitting in the middle and she's holding the past and the future in her hands. That's what these two swords represent. And she sits in the middle with the blindfold at night. So it's telling you like it's impartiality. The Akashic records are impartial. They're not judgers. They don't know what good and bad is. They just know it's the Akashic records. That's
the
it.
Recording of it, right?
That's
And
it, man. Yeah, it's the recording of it, and it's already been predestined for this game because the script's already been written, which is why we're decoding it now.
Yeah.
So that's the importance that you have in the lineages of your cards. Just those two right there. And then you get into the astrology, et cetera, et cetera. Okay?
That enlightened a little bit more about that for me. Thank you
Awesome.
very much.
You're welcome. Thanks for joining in. I appreciate you. And all the best for your 2023, my friend. Anybody else want to jump in and get on the dance floor?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, who's talking? Wireless.
This is Wireless Plum here.
Hey, what's going on?
What's up? I'll keep my story short like you asked.
Please do.
You know, I woke up in 2019 when I was 17 years old. You know, had an out of body experience and whatnot.
Okay.
And so I found this information, and I just want to thank you, man. You know, it's an honor to talk to you right now, and you know, I'm glad to have decoders like you out here, exposing the truth. You know, but my question today. Can you go in detail about the number 28? You know, I was born on September 28th, 2002.
Okay.
So, yeah, would you mind going in detail on 28?
Yeah. Well, so you're the 9 of Hearts.
Yep.
Okay. Have you read about the 9 of Hearts? Have you like kind of resonated with the information about the 9 of Hearts?
Yes, I have, but some, you know, some of the things it doesn't all resonate.
Well, of course, it's not designed to be 100% accurate all the time.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
You got to cherry pick. You got to figure out what works for you, and you got to memorize this. This is your owner's manual. But the 9 of Hearts through the cards of illumination is tied to your birthday. So I'm going to talk about the 28, but the 9 of Hearts is card number 9. It's tied to Pandora's box because Saturn's magic square is Pandora's box. And how many numbers are in Saturn's magic square? 1 through 9. And you're the last number 9 in the suit of fire, plasma, the start of it all. So your fire creates the Pandora's box. And then Pandora's box becomes 45, and that's going to reduce down to the number 9. But this card is about, from the tarot, is wishes, hopes, and dreams being fulfilled. If you get the 9 of Cups, which is the 9 of Hearts, if you get that in a reading, that's like, depending on the question, it's like, okay, this is going to manifest. You're going to be this is going to be happy times for you. So your life automatically being tied to that 9 of Cups, you should be looking for what's going to make you happy every day. Everybody should be doing this anyway, but especially you because you're tied directly to that card. The number 28 is the second perfect number in numerology. It's tied to the word Lucifer. It's tied to the word Ida and Pingala, which is the 2 serpents which represent Kundalini. Kundalini equals 28. So you're tied to the Kundalini, and your job is to raise that Kundalini and move up. You're going to go up and down and have all these experiences, but ultimately your job is to, and what's your full birthday?
Yeah, September 28th, 2002.
Hold on, let me see. Where's my phone? Okay, that one's dead. Let's see. September 28th.
2002.
So you got a 25/7 life path. So your soul contract has a 7, which is the analyst. Your spirit incarnated to analyze life and look around and figure out what's working, what's not working. Okay, that looks good. But you got to come from a place of being somebody of like the judge, like not judging based on any biasy, not judging based upon what, what somebody influenced you by. But judging from a place of being a critiquer on the world stage is the spiritual analyst. You want to be you got to be in the middle. You got to be very balanced. 25 is going to be tied to the element manganese, which is all about being a magnet. So the energy you have is very magnetic. But the 28 is tied to the word architect as well. So you then get into being a spiritual analyst from your spirit, going through into the identity, now being a 28. 28 is going to reduce down to the number 1. So you're going to be somebody who demands to be first in everything you do, primarily. You're going to be a big competitor on the world stage, but you got to yield sometimes, because not everybody, see, this is the thing, is when you're somebody who's heavy Aries or wants to be first in everything, to 28, a lot of power you're dealing with. It's going to feed the number 1. Primarily, it's going to want to be the trailblazer, the person who initiates things, the boss, the leader. And if you're in a subordinate position in life, you're not going to like that very much. So if you're going to go get a job, and you're like, okay, well, I got to be under this boss and I got to be under this man. I want to be the manager. Like you should be at a manager position, which is based upon that code, the 28, because that's what your talents are. right? If you resonate with what I'm telling you, but then how do you get all this to happen? What are your wishes, hopes, and dreams? What do you really want to do if money was no object? That's the place you need to come from. And everybody resonating with that, that's the exercise I'd recommend you doing. What do you want in life? Forget about the world stage. Forget about fixing any. Nothing's broken. Imagine the world's a utopia right now. What do you want to do? See, people are basing what they want to do based on a dystopian world. I think we got to flip that. I think we got to look at it like the world's already beautiful. What do I want to do now? And you base it on your code. But your code is definitely designed to have your wishes, hopes, and dreams being fulfilled as an architect, as being a leader on the world stage. So these are the things I would postulate you take into consideration.
Thank you. Thank you so much, man.
All right. Happy New Year, everybody. I think it's 12:02. Whew. I know. Take a breath. Yeah, you're welcome, Wireless Plum. Thanks for coming on. Anybody else want to jump in real quick? Got a few people still left. Brittany, Caroline.
Hi, Logan.
Hey, who's talking?
Hi. I don't know.
Brittany.
Name shows up. My name's Marie.
Oh, Marie. It says Brittany Bush.
Yeah.
Okay. Must be somebody you know.
Can call me either Marie or Brittany is fine.
Okay, cool. What's going on? Welcome to the dance floor.
Yeah, thank you. Happy New Year.
Yeah, Happy New Year too.
Yeah, so my birth card is Ace of Clubs, and I just would really love to hear your perspective.
Same as Pope Francis. Uh-oh. Are we just going to automatically call you the devil now?
We might as well.
No, that was a joke, but no, but he's the Ace of Clubs. So you have the Ace of Clubs and Two of Hearts, and the Ace of Clubs is a card of the mental realm. It's the ace, so it's always the seed planter. So you're somebody who has a lot of ideas coming into your life. Like we have about 40,000 thoughts supposedly on average every day. You may have a little bit more than that. If you resonate with that, fine. What are you going to do with these thoughts? Well, you need to start to make sense out of these thoughts because your thoughts are going to lead into the Two of Hearts, which is all about creating some kind of union or partnership, some kind of cooperation. That's what the Pope's job is. He is to download the information from his mind, create the new seeds, and then move that into creating a new union on the world stage. Two of Hearts. That's kind of what those two cards mean. Two of Hearts is always about the communion. Ace of Clubs is always about beginnings, the starting point. Okay?
Nice. Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Makes sense?
Yeah, cool. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Awesome.
Welcome. Thanks for calling in.
Yeah, thank you.
Welcome. Anybody else before I jump back into...
Hello, Logan.
Yeah, go ahead. Hey, Carolina.
Yes, what happened? I came across to you a few years ago, maybe 1 year ago. And what happened? Because I had one dream when I was 7. I dream this is a lot of time. Even now I'm 50. I still remember. And I see one black box. I was there. Was black completely around a square. And I tried to touch, but I see my spirit in the top. I was looking myself in the bottom, try to touch the wall and try to find one door and one window to get out of there. I couldn't get out of there, but I see myself in the top.
So, okay, so we want to keep this really quick here to keep it concise. So you're saying you saw a black box in hyperspace or in space?
Yeah, was one black box in my dream.
Oh, this is in your dream. Okay, so you're having a dream of a black box and you were inside the black box?
Yes, inside,
okay, so
try to find out the door or window to escape. Okay. I see myself from the top, like my spirit was in the top and looking me down.
Okay.
I was looking down myself.
Okay. So do you have a question or you just kind of wanted to share that?
Yeah, what do you think was the... because I come to your channel and I try to decor myself. I'm not very good, but I try and I try to find my meaning online. What I had to do and what now I.
Yeah, well, I mean that's a really tough question to answer because we're talking about dreams and dreams. You're not awake and now you're getting into, and that's not a specialty of mine. Like I know there's lucid. So I mean, the only thing I can suggest to you is keep track of your dreams. You only had that dream one time?
No, a few times when I was 7, 8 years old.
Oh, okay. But you haven't had any since then?
No.
Okay. Well, see, I mean, ladies and gentlemen, these dreams that we're having, maybe they're just dreams. Like, Warren Earhart says, when you're sad, maybe it's just because you're sad and that's it. You don't have to have any meaning behind it. I have a lot of dreams. I love sleeping. I have a lot of dreams. But they're dreams. And, for me personally, they're just dreams. It's like entertainment when I go to bed. It doesn't mean it has to mean anything. For I think the majority of people here would say that the awake state is where everything happens. It's where all the creation happens. In the dream state, it's a dream. Doesn't mean it can't happen, but I would definitely keep track. Maybe you talking about this will trigger something and you may have that dream reoccur again for yourself. I don't know, maybe. But thanks for sharing your story with that. Dreams are really, they're not my specialty, but that's just kind of how I roll with that. Okay?
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm really glad I made your channel. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, cool. All right, so there was Caroline talking about dreams. Do you have dreams? Are you somebody that keeps track of your dreams? Do you lucid dream? Is the cosmos just having a big lucid dream? It's possible. I've postulated this. Life is but a dream. Makes a lot of sense. And maybe the cosmos falls asleep and we go into the dark age, because what happens when you go to bed primarily? The lights go out. And for however long the dark age is, through our ages of being awake, the God is sleeping and it's having a dream. And then finally the God, the creator of this reality, wakes up like we wake up. And it looks down at the reality and be like, holy shit, did they really screw that up? Why did the human beings really screw up that? And it's the same situation as you wake up and you have some kind of sickness or disease in your body. And you're like, where the hell did that come from? That wasn't there yesterday. Well, then you wake up and you realize one day it just happens. And then you go to the doctor and the doctor tells you you got stage 1 cancer. What? I mean, is there any difference between that analogy of you finding that out and the cosmos perhaps waking up from the dark age, and it wakes up now, it's in the golden age, and when the golden age happens, the correction happens. So the golden age from the God or the source or the creator wakes up. And now it's in yang mode, and it's like, oh my God, look at all this crap that's happening to my terrarium. How did all these wars go on? How did all this terrarium happen? And then it decides to start doing some house cleaning. And now you're in the golden age. Maybe it just wipes the board out and sets it clean again. I mean, is that any different than our bodies and having any disease or sickness? You're healthy. I mean, how many people do you know? I mean, I've known plenty of people. They were like, how did that person have a heart attack? They're the healthiest ever. They didn't see it coming. You're asleep. You don't know. You can't see inside your body sometimes. A lot of people don't get their bodies tested, all that kind of stuff. So, these are the things that I think about anyway, is just the cosmos having a dream. And when it dreams, it turns the lights out, and that's the dark age. And when it wakes up, the lights come on, and that's when everything gets adjusted back to how it was supposed to be. But the script gets written no matter what. So when you're awake, like folks, do you write? If those of you that are writers, do you write when you're sleeping? No. Those of you that play musical instruments, do you play the guitar or piano when you're sleeping? No. What do you do when you're sleeping? You sleep. You do nothing. You dream. But when you wake up, your activity begins. Now you start to manifest. You start to create. And if there's any kind of health problems, like if some of you right now have a cavity and you've been putting the dentist off, and you keep prolonging the cavity, it's not going away. You hope it's going to go away though. A lot of you are really hopeful that the cavity is going to just miraculously disappear on its own. Oh, it'll just go away. I'll just brush it out. But eventually the pain is too much, and then you go and you're like, I got to get this thing fixed. So that's the golden age to the dark age. It's very possible, like during the golden age, the God, the source, wakes up, it writes its script, and then it goes back to sleep. And these sleeps are 1,000, 2,000 years long. We go through these golden age to dark age. That may be exactly how it works, folks. The yin yang over the 12 zodiac signs, you have the white and the black is when it goes to sleep. And when it goes to sleep, the dark age comes in. When it wakes up, the golden age comes in. And it rewrites the script. Very possible that's how it works. It's just my mind kind of thinking very abstractly. All right, so that was fun. Maybe we'll go back to the Zoom. Thanks everybody for joining in. I appreciate that. We'll maybe go back to that again. Let's get into some of your comments here. Pamela, you got a toothache? Go handle it, man. Go handle it. Kelly Martian is asking, is Queen of Clubs as good as King? Well, there is no comparison of these cards. They're just positions. Like in chess, a pawn can kill the queen. So which one's more powerful? In the context of piece for piece, either piece can take either one. So, but the queen and king are a complete set. That's when you're going to form the trimurthy, the trifecta, the triple crown. And I even think you could even go into the jack. You get the king, queen, and jack, and now you get the father, son, and the child. That would be probably the true essence of. Let me see what that is. Yeah. Jack, queen, king is 36. Operating system. Operating is 36. So it's going to be the jack. I don't know why I didn't say this earlier, but so you're going to get the jack, the queen, and the king as the trimurthy. Shiva, Brahma, and Vishnu. So I would say that Brahma would be the jack. The queen would be Vishnu, the preserver. And then the destroyer is going to be the king. That's how I would do the three in those order. So again, the creator, Brahma God, Brahma is going to be the jack, the knight that's curious and wants to go around humping and procreating. It's the stud. And if you're feminine, it's going to be the princess. And then the queen's going to be Vishnu in the middle, the preserver of life. And then Shiva's going to be the king, the destroyer of worlds. The masculine, because that's what the masculine does. It destroys worlds. That's kind of how I would see it, folks. So it's the jack, queen, king, those three. And that's your trinity, which is going to be 36, 11, 12, 13, 36. 36 is tied to operating. Shiva, king of clubs? I would say so. I mean, ladies and gentlemen, September 11th, 3,000 people lost their lives. You know what day that was? King of Clubs Day. I mean, this is the king of the earth right here. So you can say this is tied to the September 11th as well, because it's a king. The kings would represent, I would think they'd represent Shiva. Because the masculine is the patriarchal, which is the testosterone, and the testosterone is the one that gets angry mainly. You know? That's kind of how I would see it. But, you know, make no mistake about it. We all work for the queen bee. Go study the bees. It's the queen. The preserver of life. Not the destroyer. The destroyer's job, Shiva's job is to wipe the board clean because it needs to be cleaned. Like if you have a building and it gets condemned, they're not going to allow you to build on a condemned building. You got to completely demolish it. Start over new. So we fear this destruction. People fear being destroyed. People fear the wiping of the board and all that because we want to survive, right? We fear that because nobody wants to die. Like Steve Jobs said, no one wants to die. And no one wants to die to get to heaven. Everybody wants to go to heaven, but no one wants to die to get there. Great thing from Steve Jobs. time is it? 12:15. I'm not going to go that long to this, ladies and gentlemen. Going through your comments. Yes, Stephen, nice one. Stage equals 16. Perfect. So the word stage equals 16. The word light equals 16. It's light on the stage playing the light game. The word hell equals 16. This game that we're playing is hell. It can be hell. That's why it says you're going to go to hell. Well, you're going to be reincarnated. That's what the Catholic Church really should have said. You're going to get reincarnated. Instead of going there, you're going to get reincarnated. How do we find our second card? All right, let me just, okay. All right, so we've had a lot of talk about the cards. Let me share with all of you. Oh, my thing's dead. Hold on a sec, folks. Maybe my batteries might be dead. Okay. All right. Okay. So right here is the basic 101 chart for the cards of illumination. Right here. And let me get my cursor. Hold on. So just look at my red cursor here. This side of the chart is called the master life configuration, otherwise known as the ego. This is your ego card. And when you find it, for example, the 10 of diamonds right here. Let me just zoom in. The 10 of diamonds sits in this space right here, which is space number 25. Do I even have? There it is. So the 10 of diamonds through the bingo chart, the spaces are all numbered. The 10 of diamonds, which sits in the Jupiter line and the Jupiter line, these run vertically and horizontally, it sits in the 25th spot. And these will extend beyond 52, 53, 54, 50. It just goes down here. And you continue to go. But it's this right here, the 10 of diamonds. And then we find the same card over here in what's called the master spirit. This is how your mind works. This, I say, is your handler card that handles your ego card. And there's the Queen of Clubs. So the Queen of Clubs is going to have a partnership directly with the 10 of diamonds. And this is the operating system, this position right here. The operating system. That's how closely linked these cards are right here. Okay? So if we did the 7 of spades right here, the 7 of spades would be owned and operated by Uranus and Jupiter, that energy through this system. And the 7 of spades coming over here is going to be the King of Diamonds. So the handler of the 7 of spades, this card right here is the 46th card in the deck. If you've been paying attention, 19, 37, 46. This is card 46. Well, the handler of that is another king, the King of Diamonds, and it's Lucy in the sky with diamonds. It's tied to Lucifer because this is card 39. Lucifer is 39 in numerology. So what do you think's running 46 and the machinations of this game called life? The King of Diamonds through this context. This is what this means. And that's how you read these cards. And then you're going to have these cards in the bottom right and left hand corners. These are your karma cards. So for example, right here, 7 of hearts. It feeds the King of Diamonds, but it receives from the 8 of hearts, or it's at least forms a V, a trifecta here. It can feed and receive from either one of these cards. And then you'd come over here and you'd have the King of Diamonds working with the 3 of Clubs. This is card 16. This is Thomas John Ellis's birth card. This is Lucifer right here. They're all in the cards. And then the 7 of Spades. And this card through the tarot means deception. It's just kind of funny, right? That means deception. All right. So that's how you read the cards there, the two cards for your birthday. And like I said, I'm going to have a course coming out for the cards themselves, how to use those charts, the numbering system, how you place a lot of things in there. Okay? Someone's asking me about Chiron. Okay, so first and foremost, he's asking about, he or she is asking Chiron in the 12th house of Leo. Okay, are we talking tropical astrology? Are we talking sidereal? Personally, for me, my Chiron in the sidereal describes me much more than it does in the Western. It's more accurate. But I have some things in the Western that are very accurate, so I use both systems. So the question would be, is your Chiron in the 12th house of Western, or is it in the 12th house in sidereal, or is it in the 12th house of both? Because it can be. And then Leo. Is it Leo, or is it Virgo? Or is it Cancer? That would be the question I would have. But the 12th house is your wound, is you not making peace with knowing that, you have this shadow self and the divine works through you, surrendering to the code. The wound is to that. The Chiron wound is to the 12th house, which is kind of the shadow of you. Then you realizing like you have a shadow, you have another self, you have you're the shadow of the God, and then you get a shadow. And now you have a fractal down. It's called your ego. And you got to look at all these layers like that, like a bridge. Western, yeah. So, Leo in the 12th house is going to join forces with Pisces. Leo is a fire sign. Pisces is not. Okay? Very much different energy. So we have water and fire. They kind of cancel one another out. So that exchange of energy is a little bit kind of unique there. But in the 12th house, it will be automatically ruled by Pisces no matter what. Pisces is the most mystical. So you may have issues with your mystical side. Again, realizing you are the divine. Perhaps experiencing its own game through you. And you got to make peace with that and realize you then created an identity. Can I see your ID, please? You created an identity. And now you have another fractal outside of you that's even farther away from source energy. Source energy enters into you, and then you go out to the DMV and you get a driver's license. Look at my driver's license. Now you have something that's even farther away from source because now you've put it onto paper. Now you've put it onto a certificate. And you have this name, your name. What's your name? Hey, nice to meet you. My name's Logan. Now there's an identity. The name Logan is something that's a fractal below this, and then this is a fractal below the God, the spirit. So you have 3 layers you got to go through with all this. Co-creators, but mankind's being used no matter what. That's kind of how I see it. Cheryl Williams, my name came out to a 6. What name? Cheryl Williams, did you include your middle name? See, there's a few ways you can do this numerology-wise, right? This is how I do it. First, you get your birth certificate name, and you decode it. And you can decode it through looking at compound numbers. Let me just show all of you that because it's just going to be much easier. Okay, I just want to know where I'm at. Okay, so let's say you have Prince Rogers Nelson, who is the artist formerly known as Prince. Okay? Prince Rogers Nelson, on his birth certificate, ends up becoming the 74, which reduces down to the 11, which reduces down to ultimately the number 2. Okay? In his name, you go look at his name and you can start to look and see, like I usually just do Control F, which gives me the command, and I can start typing up, seeing how many threes has he got. He's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 threes. How many fives has he got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 fives. How many sixes? He's got none. How many sevens? He's got 2 sevens. How many twos? 1, 2, 3. He's got 3. How many ones? He's only got 1. And, these are layered. These are all part of the ingredients of his name. He's got more 5s than anything else. 5 is the busiest number. The guy was super busy. He was an artist. 5 is the epitome of the pentagram. 5 is mankind. 5 life path is like the adventurer. Right? So this guy was heavy 5s, and then he's got the 74 total compound number, and 7 and 4 is the mystic and the heartfelt mystic. 7 is the critic and the mystic, someone who's heavily tied to Libra and balancing of the scales, and then 4 is a representation of Cancer, the crab, 69, more balancing, and coming from the heart space. So it's the crown and the heart coming together. The crown and the heart. This guy whose name was Prince, he's got the 74, the crown, Prince, crown. I mean, it's pretty obvious. Superstar status. He had the 10 of diamonds card as his birth card, fortunate blessings card. And then he goes down to the number 11. 11 is the number of magic. It's the house of Aquarius, the house of man. In the Chinese, it's going to be the dog, man's best friend. And you can add on his, I don't even know, let me see. See, because this is what you should be doing. If you go look up Prince, let's see if we can find what his mother's maiden name is. You go down and you look. Yeah, here we go. So this is what you look for when you decode. Prince, he was the son of jazz singer Maddie Della, and her knee name, which is the mother's maiden name, is Shaw. So we take Shaw and we now bring it into Prince Rogers Nelson, which is his dad's last name, and we add Shaw onto it. Because this is the 2 energies that came and humped to make Prince, Nelson and Shaw. And that's the 28 and the 15. So now you can know what your parents combined together. The heritage, where your background is from the 28 and the 15, you bring them together. You're going to get the 43. 43 is the 14th prime number, tied right to the GOD. But this is his total name numerology using his mother's maiden name added on, bolted on. It's the 89. This is how I do numerology. And now you get a different prim. Now he's got the 8. The 89's tied to Yaldabaoth, which is the demiurge, tied to the tetragrammaton. This guy was a JW growing up for many years. I think he died one as well. I mean, but that's how you do numerology with the names. You should be decoding your birth certificate name, which is, he's got the 74. Go study that. Take notes of the 74, the 11, and the 2. And then he's got the 89, 8, 17. I mean, the Yod-Heh-Vah-Heh is 17. Because this reduces down to the 17, and right there, the Yod-Heh-Vah-Heh is 17. The guy was a JW. I mean, come on, he was born to do it. This guy right here. Not everybody's going to get these direct outcome codes like that if you're tied to something, but man, look at the world and the stage and what this guy was doing on the world stage. I mean, he had a big freaking role on the world stage, Prince did. I mean, he just didn't have some, singer code. The guy had a really big placement on the world stage. Yeah, Prince was blessed. I mean, hopefully he lived a life of gratitude. I don't know the guy. I don't know. So Cheryl, your name come out to 6. So just go type in 6 affinity numerology and go study the number 6. But 6 again, it's tied to carbon. It's tied to Virgo. It's tied to. Do you have any houses in Virgo in your 6th house? I mean, do you have any planets in your 6th house of astrology? So whatever your name comes out as your life path, you're going to have the 1, the 2, the 1, all the way through the 33, which is going to reduce down to the 6. These can be synchronized with the houses of astrology. And if you have planets in the house of where your life path is, well, there's going to be more energy in those areas because we're all just code. So the more 2s you have in life, the more you're going to be drawn to the 2 and what the 2 is all about. Those of you that have 5s, like 5 is the busiest number. So you need a lot of space to do your activities and do your adventures. If you're a 5 life path, You can't be with somebody who's going to want to keep you indoors or suffocate you. It's not going to last. The honeymoon stage, then the wheels are going to fall off. Those of you that have 5 life paths, you're soul incarnated to experience life in all its totality. That's why it's the adventurer. The 5 is the letter S. 5 is the only number that looks like the letter S. S is the 19th letter tied to the apex, the predator, the sun. It's the sun in human form, the 5. 5 of spades, 5 of diamonds, 5 of clubs, 5 of hearts. That's the pentagram. That's why it's on a soccer ball. Most popular sport in the world, football/soccer. It's got the 5 and 6 on it. It's got the pentagram and the octagon. 5 and 6. 56 is lights, camera, action. How about that? Think about that. Soccer ball has the pentagram, the 5-sided polygonal, and the 6-sided octagon. And what do you get when you bring 5 and 6 together? 56. Lights, camera, action equals 56. Because we're in a movie. You're inside of a movie, and the most popular the most popular design and the most popular sport in the world is about the 50. It's telling you it's the movie. So I have somebody asking me, let me see if I can pull this up. So Norma Jean White is asking input on your name. Well, your name is 52/7. Okay, 52 is tied to prison planet. It doesn't mean that you're the only one stuck in the prison if you kind of correlate it to these contexts and meanings, but it's going to lead to the number 7. So again, the name that you got for your birth certificate name, it means the analyst. I got a lot of 7s that follow this research because they're the ones that are tied to the occult, the mystical side of life. 7 is the crown chakra. It's tied to Libra, the balancing of the scales. How do you balance the scales? You need people to incarnate to take a look at the world and criticize it, critique it, analyze it. Feedback. The words feedback equal 30, just like the word demiurge equals 30, just like the word placenta equals 30. What do you think a baby's tied to? Let me just go through this really quick. I want to show all of you this. Okay. This is how it works, ladies and gentlemen, okay? You have what's called the demiurge that runs this reality, 30, okay? And it's the same as this, the New Age name of the Yod-Heh-Vah-Heh, 30. All right? And what happens is we get role played. We're being role played. And how do we get role played from the very beginning? We're born and connected to this right here in the mother's womb, the placenta. That's what feeds the embryo. That's what made you, the placenta. It made you. You wouldn't be here if it wouldn't have been for the placenta, the umbilical cord, and the belly button. And it's 30. And we're being role played. And even if you take 30 and you do the numerology, it's 17, and that's exactly a match to the Yod-Heh-Vah-Heh. 17. You can do it the W. 17, which is the star card. The star is born. The star is born. So that's how this works, folks. The 30. Zero Dark 30. It's about war. Check out my War Decoded. I hope all of you have watched my War Decoded by now. Yeah, Alex Jones, perfect example. His name is 74 in numerology. He's a February 11th birthday, I think. Let's just check. Alex Jones. I was going to decode him, but I got bored. Yeah, February 11th. He's got the Ace of Spades card. The 40th card in the deck, 40 means death and regeneration. The Ace of Spades is the infamous Ace of Spades. Motorhead sang the song, The Ace of Spades. It's a card of death and regeneration. What do you think Alex Jones came here to do? He's doing his job. I used to follow that guy back when I was asleep. I didn't know what the hell was going on. I didn't realize he was just an archetype doing his job. He's no different than Joel Osteen. Different job, but doing the same kind of thing, and that's influencing people. It's just so easy, but people get caught. That's why turning the mainstream off is a blessing. Turning the mainstream off is a blessing. Because you not only turn it off, but you save the time that, like, if some of you that watch news or, you know, you go, like, I see people like, hey, can you decode this? And I know it's in your script. You're watching this mainstream stuff. It's just all influencing you, that's totally fine. We all get influenced by something. But like, if you were to able to take back the time you spend on being influenced by these things going on in the mainstream news, what would you do with your time? Like, I postulated this, like, I love my computer. I love my technology. And I thought about just this the other day. I'm walking down the beach and I'm like, man, imagine everything electronically got pulled from my life. Like, I go back to my casita and there would be no computer, no laptop, no cell phone, no electronics. What would I then do with my life? And I'm still scratching my head around that. If you take that exercise right there, ladies and gentlemen, moving into this new year, 2023, if you had all your electronics taken away from you, all your entertainment that you're using right now to watch this transmission and to give your feedback on, those of you that are content creators, digital content creators, like if you had all your equipment taken from you and you were not allowed to use it anymore, or it just became non-existent. If the internet went bye-bye tomorrow, do you know how many people's lives would be upended? I don't think society would be able to function anymore. That's how dominant the computers and electronics have impacted our lives. And then, you as a human being, what would you do? What would you do with your life if you did not have the ability to use your electronics anymore? That's a game changer question. A game changer question. I'm not into, me personally, I don't know about you, ladies and gentlemen, I don't want to go to the bathroom with a flashlight in an outhouse. I don't want to live in a tent. I don't want to live on the ground. I don't care how important grounding is. I don't want to wipe my ass with leaves. That's just not how I roll, man. I'm just accustomed and conformed to the technology and the advancement of the human being species from a long time ago. I mean, go back and live in the 19... My parents, still alive today, and they were born in the mid-40s. Grew up in the 50s and 60s. You go look at videos of the 50s and 60s, and you look at the people back then and what they were doing, and you compare it to what the people are doing now, we're like an advanced technological race of aliens. What we're doing now, I remember when FaceTime and Skype first came on the scene. That was huge. I can talk to you and look at you at the same time. Wow, this is like Star Trek. Now it's no big deal. Look at, I'm broadcasting all over the world right now. Broadcasting all over the world, and I'm here in the Caribbean of Mexico. All I'm using is a little square Mac Mini to transmit this signal to all of you. Isn't that insane? So you can hear and see me, and then all the other people that are interacting right now. Do you want to give that up? I don't. Could I? Yeah, of course. But would I want to if I was given a choice? No, I'm good. I'm not going to let it be my master, but I'm going to utilize it for my utopian world. Faxes, yeah. So Matt Kubis says that's about to be taken over by AI. Yeah, I mean, ladies and gentlemen, are we moving into machine? Are we actually moving towards these movies that are talking about, what the Matrix was a big groundbreaking movie? Is that what we're moving towards? I say yes. I don't see how we would end up not doing that, because you're inputting all the information. Like my YouTube channel now, I figured a way how to do my closed captions, which is where, everything gets spelled out. And now people are required, hey, can you put this in French and German? And you got to wait sometimes about a week, but you can then, all I got to do is I have to go in my back office and click on the language, add the language, and then I just hit auto correct or whatever it says. And it automatically translates it into that language. It may not be perfect, but literally within seconds, my entire transmission is converted into any language primarily I want. That's amazing. And guess what's collecting all that data? Artificial intelligence. And it's refining itself because now it has the accuracy of all languages. I speak barely any Spanish, but I live in Mexico. But AI can speak any language it wants. The intelligence level, that's why, Elon Musk says, man, we got to be careful about this. Could be scary. Just got to figure it out. But I just can't see anybody here, especially using this technology, say, no, I'd rather just go with a flashlight and go to the bathroom outside. And I'm totally cool with living in a tent. And I love how people say I'll go live off the grid, and then you put them out there and they're hating life. Like, why can't you have both? I mean, when I went to, my biggest thing for me, ladies and gentlemen, is when I went to prison, this is how it was for me. I went to federal prison, but no cell phones, no computers. This is back in 2011. So, everything that we're using now, we had it back then pretty much. And I would have to go into this computer room and log on, and I have to spend money to go email, and you only get like a 10-minute window to email people back and forth. That's the highlight of your day, communicating with the outside world. But it was like this dinosaur kind of software that you'd use just to get your emails. But mainly what I did, I made lemonade out of that. You don't have access to all these electronics and doing podcasts like this and stuff. I was reading books. I was feeding my soul, reading and reading. I made lemonade out of that. Read over 100 books in 18 months. Sometimes twice, some of those things. Learn how to meditate. It was great. But that's what I made. I made lemonade out of that. But again, that's being into that kind of position. But again, moving forward as a human being, we're adapting as we go along into technology, the ages of technology. And if we are going into the age of Aquarius, we've already moved into the age of Aquarius, we got 2,160 years according to the Great Year. It's going to take a long time. If you watch the show Altered Carbon, the whole premise of the story says 300 years into the future. I did. I broke it down. Check out my, what was the last decode I did with that? What Altered? I can't even think of it now. Anyway, you guys know what I'm talking about, you guys and gals. Mr. Poop 123, because I'm not merging with a machine. Well, guess what, my friend? You've already done it. You got one of these? Of course you do. So when you hold it in your hand, what do you think you are now? You're part machine. I mean, you can just drop it, but as soon as you pick it up, you're now a cyborg. It's okay. But I mean, in the future, in Altered Carbon, the lady got her arm ripped off. She got an arm put on there. It was a robotic arm, but it looked like a human arm. What's wrong with that? Think about that. A lot of people, they lose their arms and legs right now. A lot of people in wheelchairs. See, if you're not in that position, maybe you didn't go to, a lot of people, they go to war, they come back, their legs get blown off and they have to have a prosthetic leg, which is uncomfortable and it's not the same. If you had the ability to use technology in the future to put on a robotic leg that looked just like a regular leg, wouldn't you go with that? I would think every single person here would say, abso-freaking-lutely I would, but you're not in that position right now. But I guarantee you the people that are in wheelchairs that are not walking and running and having the luxury of going and getting up out of bed and going and taking a squirt in the bathroom without having using crutches or a wheelchair, I guarantee you those people would be raising their hands to stand in line to get a robotic arm, leg, or whatever they got to do. I know I would. That's merging with machine. That's what we're going towards, ladies. It's not evil. Pat Reed, will I take the implant from Elon? I'm not opposed to anything at this point, but I haven't done any research on it. So like, did I get that? No. So that should tell you kind of a little bit about where my mind's at. But again, I mean, folks, if you have one of these, you're already a cyborg. You're focusing your concentration. Like right now, you're using the computer and you're giving the energy to, I'm getting the energy from you, you're getting it from me. That makes you a cyborg. You're using this as an intermediate. You can go turn it off and go sit there and go sit in the lotus position on the beach and say, well, I'm not a machine. But as soon as you go turn on your computer or use your cell phone, you instantly become a cyborg. People just don't see it that way. Yeah, we could be clones. I'd postulated that. I mean, Elon Musk is an interesting guy, right? He was born on the 28th. I mean, I've done him and I'll do it again right now just to show you he's doing his job. You don't have to like his job. But again, these are archetypes incarnating to do their job just like you incarnated to do your job. You think Elon Musk is sitting around having a conversation about you and what he doesn't like about you and what you're doing and what he thinks you should improve upon in your life or whatever? No. He's too busy building he's too busy being the influencer and building. Doesn't care about what you're doing. But people are so concerned about what he's doing. This is his birth card right here. Two of swords. Two of wands. I mean, this is the futurist card. Look at the damn man holding the world in the palm of his hands, standing in between two pillars. That's the sun and the moon. This is Elon Musk's card right here, his birth card. Card number 24. What is SpaceX? X. What is the letter X? The 24th letter. He's got the 24th birth card in the tarot. I mean, come on. You think he chose that? Cloning or not, folks? But he's doing his job. If you don't like his job, then turn him off and do your job. But a lot of people just want to be entertained. They want to have the things created and the power to create. Thank you, Neville Goddard. I'll say that again. Most people in the world would rather have the things created than the power to create, because it's easier just to sit around and be a sloth and not do anything and critique people and criticize people and tell them they're doing it wrong and it's their fault and they're not going to do this to me, and you're spending all this energy and time on that, where you could just be taking that back and said, you know what, they're not going to be giving him anything. So then you just start creating what do you want to build in the world. But no, most people want to bitch and complain. They like the dirty laundry. They like to turn on the news and see what's wrong with the world and just complain about that instead of turning it off and just creating the change they want to create. Just hilarious. What's up? I'm Imelda. Happy New Year to you. Chris P. Bacon, I guess so Chris says he is a puppet. Well, we're all puppets. What do you mean? We're all puppets. That's kind of funny. What do you think you are? You think you get a hall pass? I'm just being fun. I'm not being really sarcastic at you, Chris P. Bacon, like poking fun at you. But I'm just laughing at that comment. Like, we're all puppets. Yeah, the question is, who is the puppet master? Well, it goes by many names, right? It owns all the religions. It owns the terrarium down here. That's what you could say, that the puppet master. And then you get your theological people coming in saying, well, that's the devil, that's Satan. Well, then I guess the bacteria and the parasites in your body is Satan too then. Who created those? Because those are not healthy for you. The puppet master runs mankind through the expressions of mankind. We carry out the blueprint. We didn't write the blueprint. We're living through a predestined script. I've supported that. Many of you great decoders have supported that over the years now. It's kind of a no-brainer. That's why pointing the finger, blaming, is really kind of old news. That's right. Pat Reed, puppet master is you, the I am. Yeah, when you say I am this, I am that, I am going to go do this, I am going to go do that. The voice in your head. See, all you got to do is go back, like, where's the voice in your head coming from? Well, you know what the answer is going to be? You have no idea. I don't know where it's coming from. And then you try to turn it off. You can't. You'll see you can't turn it off. Go ahead and try. You may be able to be successful for a small period of time. But you see, that's not the job of the human being. The human being's not the job to sit around and do nothing and to try to hold your breath or focus on your breath and count your brain waves. And no. Your job is to create. That's your job. You're a creator. You create every day through your words. You speak every day, so you're creating through your magic spells. You don't have to actually be a content creator. You don't have to come on and do any digital creation or create art or build cards or cars or something. But you're all creators on the world stage. Pat Reed's asking, do people who commit atrocious crimes, do they have a choice or are they NPCs by default? Well, that's a two-part question. So this is more, I would say, and this is no offense to you, Pat, this NPC thing is more regurgitation. Like, where did that come from and what does that mean to you? And is it true? Like, what would an NPC be? How about just like somebody who's not awake? Is that an NPC? Like, if I go to the beach and there's a whole bunch of people drinking on the beach and they're getting drunk, are they NPCs? Or you could label them that way. How about they're just not at your stage in the game? They're not at your evolution. Maybe they're off and you're on. Maybe that'd be the easiest way to put it. I've broken down enough people now. Ted Bundy, serial killer, Adolf Hitler, O.J. Simpson. Shown the assassination of JFK. I showed Gandhi being assassinated, the good guy. And guess what? They all followed a script. Martin Luther King got assassinated or got taken out by the script. So you would postulate, this is what I think about. If there is a hell, like hell on earth. Because like, you know, like I live in paradise right now, so it ain't hell. I mean, sometimes when I walk by the sanitation here, it can be hell, but this is Mexico. What would the definition of hell be here on earth? Maybe you're born into a war-torn city and you hear bombs going off and you're always living in a state of fear all the time, fight or flight. Your cortisol levels go up. You live a shitty life because you're afraid a bomb's going to go off, or they're going to come in and arrest you and put you in prison, or take your parents away, or whatever. Or maybe you incarnate as a serial killer. You imagine the life you have if you were a serial killer? I mean, yeah, life would be fun no matter what in some part of your life at that point, but you're like on the run. You're trying to make sure the cops doesn't catch you. You're in fight or flight all the time. And you're living this life of killing people, taking people's lives. That wouldn't be fun to me. That's like a hellish life. And then how about the people that he takes out, or she takes out? Maybe those people deserved it. See, I don't leave anything unturned. Like Nicole Brown said, I had mentioned this before, and this is nothing detrimental to say about these people. I didn't know them, but I'm just going from an esoteric, like really like way out there idea here. What if Nicole and Ron Goldman, what if they did something really shitty in their past life? And their karma was they had to get murdered. How can we leave that out as an option on how this reality works? That's why I suggest so many times, and I continue and I will continue, to make sure you're doing what you feel is in your heart, like checking off the box. Like, can I do more on service to others? Not service to self. That's easy to do. Are you being nice to people? What are your ethics looking like? Are you nice and kind to animals? You know, like these things, are these necessary to level up in your next life? Like, why do some of these people incarnate and they have these very glorious, prestigious lifestyles? And some of them, you can be glorious and prestigious and have a lot of money and wealthy and be a true philanthropist and change the world for utopia. That's what you incarnated for. There are people that are actually doing it right now. Why not you? Why didn't you get that code? Not everybody that has a lot of money does bad things. But why didn't you get it? Maybe because you didn't deserve it. Maybe it's gradients and you're having to graduate. And as you graduate, you go up the ladder, or down the ladder, down the ladder. Nobody deserves to be stuck underground experimented on. I totally agree, but there shouldn't be any mice or rats being injected and killed with cancers and other things for the forward progression of humankind. What about the rats and the mice that are incarnating into this reality? What's the difference between that and a human being? Obviously, the human being is going to have a higher position on the world stage, and it's a little bit more grotesque, realizing that people are being experimented on and doing all this other kind of stuff on human beings. Absolutely. But what do human beings do besides that? They experiment on animals. I mean, are you okay with that? How do you think some of these things that you take as medicines, how do you think that those come into play? Because mice and rats get experimented on, but that's okay because those vitamins they're essential for your well-being. So why are human beings being experimented on? Because the fractal above is observing that. That's the only logical explanation. And this reality is a movie. That's where I stand on this. It's not real. It's real to us. But whatever's observing us, it's like you watching a show on Netflix tonight or Amazon Prime or whatever. You go to the movies. That ain't real, but you get emotionally involved with it, man. You'll sit there and get mad and cry and get emotionally involved with these characters, and it's not even real. So Pat Reed says most of the people, I don't like using that word because there's no such thing as elites, but people are programmed to use that. Most of those people are not are not human. Maybe not. Maybe they're, a different race. So then you would say, okay, let's just hypothetically say there's big reptilian lizards that are ruling. They're an apex predator, and they have a high degree of intelligence. They've been around a long time. They've gone underground when the clearing of the board happens. Like, we can postulate all this kind of stuff. And they're predators. Just like if you go in the ocean and there's a shark there, are you just going to hang? I mean, are you somebody like, oh, that's cool. Like, if a shark got really close to you, what would you do? You'd freaking hightail it out of the water because it's a predator. Are you going to get mad at the shark for doing its job? That's what its job is. So if there is reptilians here that may have incarnated into this game, they were designed to be put into this game. They were designed to put in here. Just like I've seen a lot of YouTube videos where there's these people, they have an aquarium and they just drop like insects in there and they let them fight it out. How horrible is that? That's what people do for amusement. Oh, it's just, let's see what the scorpion does with the black widow. Let's see what the scorpion does with all these cockroaches and dropping in there. There's like a lot of views on these. There's like a big thing. Mice and rats getting experimented on for your pleasure, for your enjoyment. But you don't pay any attention to that. So you can live a longer life. Mice and rats get killed. They get tortured. So you can live a longer life. Did you know that? Are you taking that into consideration? And is a rice, is a mouse or a rat, are they just disposable because they're just a mouse or a rat? Well, that's not a big deal. Well, then you get into like, who's in the hierarchy? Who's in who's in the pyramids? Like, who's in the high up positions? Well, the human being would be at the highest position, but then you get these other apex predators, could be reptilians, and they're higher than the human being, and they're going to think they have the priority. So now you could become a subordinate. But you're fighting that. You're like, oh man, I can't, they're running the show. But I can tell you right now, ladies and gentlemen, from my research, it's the supernatural running everything. It doesn't matter what position you have. Just it writes it into the code, and then it may let things go and see what happens. But if it wants to change anything, it just do whatever it wants. Whatever created this reality, do whatever the hell it wants to do. You would do the same thing if you were the game writer. If you wrote a game, you're going to write it to your specifications. You're going to be the software writer. You're going to say, okay, this character is going to do this. You're not going to let the character do whatever the hell it is it wants to do. Whoever created Madden football or any of the, like Mario Kart, whatever, you can't do anything outside the scope of what the programming is for these characters. The software writers that write these codes for these games, they only give you certain buttons to press, a remote control to use, and you can only do so many actions with the characters. You're limited. You can't just start Mario Kart and Mario will move without you pressing any buttons. Things may come at you because those are programmed to come immediately after Mario. But Mario is limited to what you want to control Mario as. He can't do anything unless you pick up the remote and start pressing the buttons. So do you think that whatever's running this reality doesn't have a remote control and it's doing the same thing with us? I would think so. And anytime it wants to play the game, it can incarnate and become any one of us. And it doesn't even have to incarnate. I think it just controls us right through the brain. The implant in your brain. You already got an implant in your brain. It's been there your whole time. I mean, the Truman Show is 57. The 57th element is called lanthanum. It means to lie hidden. What's lying hidden? The implant in your freaking brain. No, I know, but not you, though. Like, you're in full control of your life. Talking about everybody else. Not you. Just so we can be clear on that. That's right, the eye horse. Yep. So what happens if you don't respect the creator? Jane is asking. Well, define respect. You would have to first define what you think respect means. Because it's going to ultimately come down to what you think on an individual basis, which you go right back to let thy truth be who you are. Make the truth your own. You're the one experiencing this reality. So whatever you say goes, not what I say, not what anybody else says. You got to define respect. And then you can't just say, well, okay, now that I've defined respect, this is exactly got to be concrete into everybody's life. That's absurd. No, it's concrete in your life, but it may not be concrete in mine. So now there's a variance, and now instantly and automatically we have division. Just like that. All right, let's I'm gonna end this because it's 1:07 in the morning. I can't help when I cry watching movies. Yeah. When I turn on a show, I get emotionally involved with it. What's the point of watching a show if you're not going to get emotionally involved with it? If you're not emotionally involved with the show you're watching, then why are you even watching it? If you're watching stand-up comedy, which is some of my favorite stuff to do, are you laughing? Well, if the guy's funny or if she's funny, yeah. That means you're engrossed in, and it's not even real. It's a voice coming through a box. And you're hypnotized by the voice and you start laughing and you start getting engrossed in the character. The same with movies. Like, I am somebody who can watch a really sad movie and I can shed tears. Absolutely. I get emotionally involved in some of these people that come on. It used to be, what was the show? I can't think of the name of it. I used to watch it all the time. Anyway, the Simon Cowell shows, American Idol, like watching those and watching people go and then they do this like soft piano in the beginning. They'll do like little shorts on the person rising from the ashes. Maybe they got cancer and they beat cancer and they become a superstar singer. And these are like, I get emotionally involved in these characters because it's a win, because I'm like a little kid. So I go watch these shows and I'm watching these people being made success stories out of to influence people like, hey, you can be the next star. And these are great. And I'm watching somebody else's movie and because it's not mine. It's not my life. I'm not getting their fame. I don't have their voice, but I'm getting emotionally involved with the way they make me feel. That's being influenced. That's through these reality TV shows. What's reality? Is the Kardashians anything different than the movie that you put on tomorrow? That's not real. Is there any difference? It's just fractals. It's just noise. It's just people talking. It's things influencing you, which ends up creating this reality. We, through our role playing and through our feedback to the placenta, the demiurge, we forge this reality forward. The collective does. And it just may be that you create your own fractal. And whatever you believe in, you'll end up creating for your future days. And that's that. That's why it's so important to, number one, tell less people about what you're doing. Minimize what you're telling on the world stage. Keep things to yourself, because anytime if you tell somebody something, they're immediately going to have a reaction towards it. And it may not be that positive. So now, and a lot of people that have their opinion about your story, they may not even tell you that your story sucks. Or yeah, you think, oh yeah, you're going to get that. You're not going to get anything. And they're not even telling you. They're thinking it though. And now you're just getting these negative missiles fired at you. And you don't even know it. Energy is energy, but still. And that's what then they start adding the negative missiles onto your story. And do you think that's going to make it propel towards where you want it to go? Well, in the context with the negative missiles there, man, those could possibly potentially be disastrous for you. So that's why a lot of personal development, a lot of the courses that I have, the books I've read, the gurus that I've studied, they all say, if you have a good idea, don't tell anybody. Just go do it. Share less about your life. But you know what? You go on social media and you see all these people and they got their whole freaking life posted on their social media. Exactly move by move of what they're doing. Yeah, I did this and look at what happened here. And it's like all these people that are watching your movie are giving it energy and they're moving it. So if it's a negative energy, they're going to move that negative energy. They're going to feed it. They're going to give it gas and they're going to make it stronger in your life. So sharing less is going to give you a better experience in life. So just go do what you want to do instead of telling people and sharing your experiences. That's how Magic 101 works, ladies and gentlemen. The less you share about your personal life, the more likely your life will become more blissful. Private. You know? So we have the great state of Georgia in the house. Anybody from the Atlanta area? Anybody in here from Atlanta, the Atlanta area, the great state of Georgia, Florida? Not if you're hunted by the government. Well, if you're hunted by the government, man, you know, it's in your script. Why is it in your script? See, try to go back as far as you can with the origins of this aspect and have fun with it. If you're like, I get see people, I'm being gang stalked. Why? They're after me. Why are they after you? Why? I've never had it happen to me, but that would be the thing. I'd be like, why is this happening to me? I want to go back. What's the origin? What created this to happen in my life? Yeah, I'll tell you. So Esco, when he shared something with his family, yeah, I mean, as soon as you tell people what's going on in your life, they're going to have an opinion about it. Whether they tell you or not, they may go gossip it to somebody else and you're going to get that energy. But once you share your idea with somebody, then, you know, you're going to start to get energy towards it. This is what's called, in psychology, a self-fulfilled prophecy. It's taking an idea, creating the nucleus of that idea, and then calling somebody in the phone and say, oh my God, Shirley, get over here. I got to tell you, I got to show you about this. And then she comes over for dinner and you tell her about this idea and she's like, holy shit, that's like amazing. And then she starts adding, and next thing you know, you have two people. And then Shirley calls up Linda and, hey, Linda, girl, you got to check this thing out. And Linda comes over, and now you get 3, and then 4, and then they tell 5 people. And it's like a network marketing. It's like network marketing. Now you get this downline of people that are either in with you with your idea or they're against you. You have an adversary, persecutors. I got them. That's a self-fulfilling prophecy. You get one idea and then you get people to bolt on there. That's a great idea. And now you have an idea that people can start to follow. That's called influence. And this whole entire reality is based on marketing. That's all it's based on. Marketing. Everything has to get marketed to be sold. That's what makes a business flourish is what are your marketing dollars? How much are you going to spend on marketing? What kind of ads are you going to run? Because no one knows about your product. Yeah, you have the best tasting popcorn in the world, but no one knows about it. It's not going to be worth anything. So it's all about marketing. So if you look at your personal life, are you marketing your personal life? Are you out there on social media telling everybody about what you got going on? Are you telling your family like every move you're going to make? Why are you telling them that? Well, typically most people are telling their stories because they're excited and they want to get some kind of feedback or acknowledgement. because they just need to share that. Like, I just got to tell everybody what's going on with my life. And they just go tell everybody. They tell the farm about what's going on. And then everybody's going to add their opinion to it. Some of them you may not like. So we got San Diego in the house, Michigan in the house, Iowa. Wow, Iowa in the house. Florida. So for me, ladies and gentlemen, I guess going into the new year, into this Gregorian calendar new year, and I've been doing this. I've been a hermit for over 4 years, working on myself. Basically, I'm going to suggest to all of you, and then we're going to get into the collective card pull, but I want you to become like a refined wine. Like, what is your favorite wine? What's the best bottle of wine? If you're a fan of wine, maybe it's beer or, but wine, okay? Like an expensive bottle of wine. What makes it expensive? It's a refined bottle of wine. It's old. Maybe old, maybe a collector's edition, maybe limited edition. But now's the time to move into 2023 and refine yourself. Refine yourself physically. Get your ass to the gym. Or at least go exercise. See, I say, if you can exercise and you don't, you're selfish. I'll boldly say, some people may not like me for saying that, and they say, Logan's an asshole. Hey, man, because you see, working out is prevention. And if you don't work out and prevent disease or illness, and you get sick 10 years down the line, your family's going to have to stop what they're doing to come help you out. And they got to stop their life to help you because they love you. And they'll help you. They got to maybe spend money unnecessary because you could have all did the prevention of working out. Nope, but I don't want to work out. I don't like working out. It's like, well, there's a lot of things I don't like either, but I like being healthy and not having to go to the doctors and going to the doctors and the dentist. Who the hell likes to go sit in the dentist chair and get their tooth drilled out? I don't like even going to the doctors, like even if it's just to get blood panels, I still have to go, and I would rather be creating something with that time. So if you can work out, you should be doing that this year. Some kind of exercise. If you're overweight or you got 20, 30 pounds that you need to get rid of, what are you waiting for? Tomorrow? That's how you got the 20 or 30 pounds that you got to get rid of, because you kept saying, I'll do it tomorrow. So these are things that you should be taking into consideration. Become like fine wine. Become like a refined bottle of wine. Stop telling people about your life, what you're going to do, how you're going to do it. Even your friends. They're going to give you their opinion on what they think you should do based upon how they perceive this reality. They may have gone through the worst breakup in the world, and then you go tell them about your relationship, and they're going to say, oh my God, you need to break that off because this is what happened with me, and it was a freaking nightmare. That doesn't mean it's going to happen with you. But your friend's going to give you that opinion of what's going to happen because that's exactly what they went through, and they're just blissfully happy to tell you of what is going to happen to you because it happened to them. Well, that's not your script. So if you didn't tell them what's going on in your personal life, they wouldn't be able to share that retarded story that has no relevance to your life whatsoever. You just sit there and, hey, tell me about yourself. What happened? What's going on in your life? They let them tell you. And then when they ask you to tell them, just everything's amazing. Life's amazing. I think faking it till you make it, that's the best scenario to use that. Everything's great. Because, if somebody says, what's the matter? Oh, my back aches so bad. And then then automatically someone's gonna be like, oh my God. Well, maybe you should try this rubbing cream because I tried that and it worked good for my back. So you go out to the store, you buy the cream, it doesn't do anything. You just wasted $10. I know I'm being very anal about this and the direct approach here, but being not secretive, but being private about your life is where you're going to refine your life moving into 2023. If you resonate with this. Because you share your life with other people, they bolt on whatever they think you should be doing. They're going to have an opinion typically of what you should be doing, and you're going to get resistance too, because if you're not doing what they're doing and they don't like it, they're going to tell you about it probably. And that's like low frequency crap that I wouldn't even want. That's drama. No thanks. People love drama because that's what gets them off. They're addicted to drama. That's called dirty laundry. They love it. People love that shit. It's a fix for them because it makes them feel good about their shitty life, because that's even shittier. And that's the cause of their shitty life, but it's really not. But that's easy to point the finger on. That's the scapegoat. It's them, it's they, it's their fault. It's all because of them. They did it to me. And they take all the attention off themselves because they don't want to look bad, because that's what the whole human being experience is all about. It's about looking good. People want to look good. So they point the finger and they pass the blame off on it's them, it's they, it's their fault. That's why my life sucks. It's not, it's you. I put this in the beginning. The only competition is in the mirror. Go look in the mirror. That's your competition. That's all you got to do is focus on you. If you want to create the perfect temple, go do it. And then refine yourself. Talk less, listen more. Do actions. Actions, not words. What do you want to do? Create your vision board. Because all of you here are superstars. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here. Think about it, man. If this reality has got a waiting list to get in here, why people are bitching and complaining? It's them and they, and it's their fault. And you got spirits looking down in this reality, and they're listening to your conversations. They're like, oh my God, I'm waiting to get in on this, and this idiot's talking about this, and it's them and it's they. I can't wait to get down there. I can't. It's like a quarterback for the football, and he gets taken out. He may have gotten a concussion. He comes back on the field, and there's like 2 minutes on the clock left. They got to win. They got to score a touchdown. He just wants to get in the game, and he's sitting on the sidelines, and he's watching the backup just lose the game. And that star quarterback wants to get in the game so bad because he wants to throw the winning touchdown so he can take his team into the win column. But he's going to sit there and watch the backup quarterback, who doesn't have as much experience, get demolished. That's exactly what spirit would be doing, if there is such a thing, as angels looking down over this reality, just dying to get down in this game. And they're looking at these people just bitching and complaining and moaning about how their life sucks, and it's them and it's their fault and it's them and they. And they're just like, oh my God. These are have you ever thought about this stuff for your life? So now is the time to refine your life, folks. Go after what you want to do. What do you want to do? Get out of your layers of conformity. Conformity meaning your habits you've been doing for years, months, decades, because it feels good, it's easy, it doesn't take much effort, but it's not making you happy. There has to be some dissolvement. You have to make some changes in your life. Only you can do that. Take the initiative. Become like fine wine. Become like a limited edition human. I have that t-shirt, limited edition. Are you a limited edition human? All of you should say, absolutely I am. I am a limited edition human. Well, go act like it, because talk is cheap. Anybody can say that. But are you walking that? Because all of you should be walking that. Instead of complaining and bickering about how your life sucks, about how everybody's out to get you, and that doesn't work. If you want to continue to get more of that, well then, keep doing what you're doing, because you're doing a good job at it. But when you're ready to make some changes, ladies and gentlemen, turn yourself off, on the world stage, man. Pay attention to building your kingdom. What does your kingdom look like? What does your bliss look like? What's going to get you out of bed and say, I can't wait to start my day today? What is that going to look like for you? That is in the mode of creation. Some of you are in the mode of dissolvement. You need to end things in life. It's part of the cycle. We all have them. I went through one of those back in 2018. Dissolvement. It's not fun. But if you want to grow, if you want to move into the new you, if you want to refine yourself, then it's a cycle you have to go through. Do you think that everybody here likes to add another day onto their life, a year? you get 50, and then you hit 60, and then your body starts to break down. It's like, okay, do you want to go to 70? Do you want to see what 80 feels like? Maybe you don't. You don't have a choice. So you got to make the best of it. That was a pretty long rant. All right. So so it's a perfect time, 1:27 a.m., 31st prime number, ride or die, 31. 31's tied to the future. So I'm going to end this transmission with a collective card pull. And we just had we had the sun at the bottom. There it was. So it's coming right from source, man. We're going to do a collective card pull. Typically what I do is 3 cards, bottom, middle, and top, and then just try to interpret them. And let's see what we can come up with. I know a lot of you, and this is easy, since we're moving into this Gregorian calendar 2023, okay? And we're now into the King of Spades day. We're now into the King of Earth. This is the day that represents January 1st, the 1-1 date. It's ones opposing one another. It's the 2 pillars. I guess really the question that I would ask all of you to come together right now and think about is, where is the world going? Because I know it's the question. Like, I know you could say, where do you want it to go? And when you ask yourself, or I ask you, where do you want the world to go? Have you ever just sat and meditated upon that? Where do you, not me, not where the rest of the world, where do you want to go in life? Maybe you need to think about that moving into this new year. Where is it that you want life to go for you? And then go start building that life. Get rid of your cancers. Get rid of the people in your life that suck the life out of you. Tell them, hey, kick stones. Like, tomorrow's not guaranteed, man. And you're sitting here sucking the life out of me. You're an energy vampire. I'm out of here. See you later. You hurt their feelings. Who cares? They don't pay your bills. So start cutting things out of your life, man, because life's too short, man. It's in the blink of an eye. Bam, and it goes by that fast. So we're going to collectively come together, and we're going to kind of focus on because we did this last week, and it was the Queen of Swords in the middle. The Queen of Swords, 51st card in the deck, tied to antimony, tied to the implant in your brain. But she's the authoritative one, saying we're going towards something brand new. And that's what it says. Last week, we're going towards something way brand new. So now we want to do this again. Let's refine this a little bit. Let's see what this energy is that's coming to us all together here. I'm going to shuffle these as we're going to do like a 30-second song here. Let me put on, let's see. What do I want to put on? I mean, this is good here, but yeah, I'll start the villagers of Ione City with the Age of Aquarius, because this is like, obviously this song is called the Age of Aquarius. I'm just going to play it for like 30 seconds, 1 minute, but I'm going to shuffle these tarot cards right here. I want you to think about, like, obviously where you want the world to go, but where do you think it's going to go? And then the tarot's going to tell you, the universe is going to tell you, and you may not like the answer. But this is a collective, right? So we're the collective right now, joining forces to think about this question. So where are we going with this life moving forward? Okay, we're gonna finalize this. What's your question? 48, going from December 31st to January 1st, 2022, 2023. All right, so 30 seconds, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to shuffle these. Let's start right now. Just think about that. Okay. Age of Aquarius. All right. So it's lowered us down a little bit. So I've already shuffled them like a million times. And let's see. I'm just going to pick them right off the desk. We're going to pick the bottom one, the middle, and the top. All right. So here we go. So here's the bottom. I'll show you straight up. Oh. Right off the bat, bam. This is the 53rd card in the deck. 52 or 53, tied to Earth. So automatically, the starting point for this moving forward. This is what a lot of you are going through. This card means the game of life. I showed this in my War Decoded. It's tied to the Yeshua, Jesus. This means being a human being. And what does being a human being involve? Suffering, depression, heartbreak. It's dissolvement. And we all feel it through. You may have the death of a pet. What do you think you go through when you have the death of a pet? That. And then we're going to do the middle. So I'm going to do the best I can here in the middle. That looks good right there. I'm just going to slide it up and whoop. Wow. So we now have the King of Wands. It's my spear card. What does this guy mean? He's the 36th card, 35 or 36, tied to the simulation, tied to the operating system. The King of Wands is the king of the mind. So we have the heartbreak and the king of the mind. And now we just need one more card. And that's going to be at the top of the deck. And I'm just going to slide it up. And there. Oh my God. Woo. Wow. Holy smoly. Tell me a story, baby. Oh my Lord, what a lineup that is right there. I love seeing these like dominant, like destructive cards because it means that we're going to be wiping the board. Whew. So we have this is the card, this is the game of life, tied to it, part of it, tied to the I am. This is iodine, 53, 52 through tellurium. Means the game of life, the Truman Show. And then in the middle, we had the 35th, 36th card in the deck, the King of Wands, the King of the Mind. This is the king on the chessboard that runs the air, that runs the mind. This can be fire in the tarot. So it's the decision maker at the highest level. And then it's death. What's coming down the pike? You have literally two cards on either end that are destructive. Now, I want to just say with a light heart, that doesn't mean you're going to die, folks. Okay, I'm going to put that disclaimer out there. But death is definitely a card of massive change. And you got the king sitting in the middle. Wow. You want to talk, ladies and gentlemen, to bring in this 2023, the King of Spades has spoken January 1st. I mean, the King of Spades is today's day. The King of Spades is the king of earth. This is, in the tarot, is the king of fire. It's going to be fire or air in the four elements. So you have the King of Spades today, January 1st, the king of earth. And the message we got in the very middle to hold the glue together of the death card and the card for the game of life is the King of Wands. To be the ultimate, like the kings are the decision makers. Wow. Wow. I'm sure I'll get more downloads as I go through this week coming up, and I may let everybody know, but I mean, that's just like a combination of wowness right there. Like beautification, because something major is going to be happening. And this could, obviously, this could be part of your personal life. Like you may be going through heartbreak. You may have to go through heartbreak. And then at the end, you're going to go through a transmutation. And then at the tail end of that, let's get one more card. I'm going to shuffle it again. At the tail end of the death, like because death is a rebirth. The death card being the 13th card in the deck. So let's see, what does the death card mean? Let's get a further interpretation of the death card. I'm going to pull it right from the middle. Let's see what we get. All right, there we go. Happy home, baby. 4 of Wands. Card 26. 26 is tied to the word house. The house always wins. This is happy home, folks. So we now have a very clear story. We have a lot of the game of life and heartbreak and suffering. We have the king to come in to finalize the decisions on the world stage. And then we have the execution of, what's no longer needed in this world. And when that happens, bam, you're going to get the happy home card. The 4 of Wands. This is the 4 of Clubs. The 4 of Clubs is the 17th card in the deck. That's the star card. The star that lives in the paradise. This is the card of the casino. The casino is Earth. So we now see a clear picture of death and regeneration through refinement of the King of Wands, and we move into the happy home. This is the finalized version of what the remnants look like of this collapse of whatever's going to be collapsing. I personally, without having any, which is fun, I think that you're going to see crypto move into form this year. Bitcoin turns 14. You'll see the financial markets perhaps really have a lot of activity. Real estate markets having a lot of activity. And definitely a lot of people being impacted by the monetary system, et cetera, et cetera. Whatever that looks like. And there's really no way to prepare for it. You just got to roll with it. And again, how do you create this? How do you create the happy home? You personally, because it starts with you on an individual basis. What does your home life look like? Is it happy? Is it drama-free? It's never going to be drama-free, but let me rephrase that. How close to drama-free can your household be? Like, I'm drama-free here because it's just me. But some of you have family, so I get that. But the drama, are you creating the drama or are you just observing the drama? When you go to your work, are you creating drama or are you just observing it? It's probably always going to be there. Chaos and order. If you can be an observer of the chaos, if you can be an observer of the drama and without giving it and say, I'm not participating in that. No thanks. It's not fun. It's not fun participating unless you like the drama because it scratches an itch for you. Like you've conformed to drama because it's fun for you because it's a fix for you. It's like a drug. Some people get off on drama. They love it. They fiend for it. And when they don't have it, they'll make it happen. They'll just start a fight or they'll go to work and they'll just provoke people at work. People really do this. They're fiends for drama. A lot of you wake up and you're just a fiend for the action, the dirty laundry. You turn on the news, you'll turn on social media. I get a kick out of people saying, I don't own a TV. Yeah, but you have a computer and a cell phone. It's the same freaking thing. Come on. So you're a fiend for dirty laundry and you feed that machine, you give it gas. And I could just easily say, I'm not going to say thank you for that. I would never give you thanks for feeding that machine. Like, why are you feeding that machine? Do you even realize you're feeding that machine? But nonetheless, the script's already been written and but get into the groove, baby. Make your utopia. Maybe this message you needed to hear is like, it's time for you to make your utopia. It's time for you to, tomorrow's not guaranteed. If you went to the doctor's tomorrow, the doctor says you got 6 months to live, I guarantee you would do different shit in your life. But you don't have that ultimatum. So you'll just go like, la, well, I'll just do it tomorrow. It's okay. And then tomorrow comes, well, I got a dentist appointment, so I got to do it tomorrow. And then tomorrow and the next day comes and, well, I don't know. Like, I don't want to hurt their feelings, or I don't want to tell them I can't hang out with them anymore. Or, I don't want to tell my boss I don't want my job anymore because, I need this and that. Folks, you're under all these contracts and agreements with friends and bosses. And like, if you're not happy in those contracts, get out of them. It's not fun getting out of dissolvement. I mean, I've been married 3 times. That's a joke for me. I know a lot of you ladies will be like, damn, I don't give a shit what you think. I mean, I'm just being, I don't care. I don't care. It's part of my script. But they're not fun. They're not fun. Breaking up with somebody, having heartbreak, that is not fun. It's not fun. It's not fun quitting your job because you hate your boss or you need the paycheck. Because that feeling of loss and like, how am I going to figure this out? How am I going to do this? Have faith, man. Like, if you start studying your code, ladies and gentlemen, if you start studying your code, let me say that one more time. If you're willing to start studying your code and you start to see what you're born and made to do, some of you will go and look at your jobs and be like, now I know why I hate my job even more, because I'm not supposed to be there. Maybe you decoding yourself would give you the courage to go to work and tell your boss to stuff it up his ass. Because he's mistreating you, but you're sticking with it because you get the paycheck. But you're really decoding yourself. You're like, man, I'm not born to do that. I really want to do this. And then you slash that contract with that boss who doesn't treat you right. You go in there and tell them to stick it where the sun don't shine. You stand up for yourself because your code says you're supposed to be a chef. Like, I really want to work in a restaurant, but I'm afraid to make that transition. So you're stuck at this boring job and you get abused by your boss. Or you get abused, or you just don't like the work environment, but you're too chicken to break up with it. So that contract remains and you let it lag on, and then you're 6 months into it, a year into it. How about this year you go and say, screw that, I'm done with that shit. I'm going to study my code. I'm going to find out what I'm good at. And some of you just need the confirmation. And then you find out you're supposed to be a chef and you're a manager. You're a born manager. You're somebody who's born to be a leader, but you're not in a leadership position and you hate it. But you don't have the courage to cut that tie. You don't have the courage to cut that contract. So you just, one day you find out you're supposed to be that and you say, I'm going to cut that cord. And you cut that cord, and immediately and automatically, you now have freed up a space to move towards what you were coded to do. And the next day comes, and this has happened so many times. Next day comes and you get a phone call out of nowhere, and it's somebody offering you an opportunity. And then someone will just say it was a miracle. No, that was part of your script. You finally severed that tie. Some of you have to get so sick of it. It has to become so irritable. It has to become so painful that you finally say, okay, this is it, man. I got to get rid of it. But when you start to study your code, you start to look at your cosmic code, you start to see your true essence, your foundation, your owner's manual in the glove box, if you will. And then you look at your life and be like, do I match up with my code? And then your only competition is when you stare in the mirror. So you finally wake up and you realize, man, I'm a demigod, right? I'm a god. I'm like, God's using me. And then you have the confidence to go and tell your boss, stick it where the sun don't shine, or just, quit peacefully, or however you're going to do it. And that opens up a door. And the next thing you know, a week later, you're out there. You don't know how you're going to do it. Bob, this is a lot of heavily influenced by my favorite, Bob Proctor. He's like, you don't need to know how you're going to do it. Like, trying to figure out how you're going to get from point A to point B, it's going to drive you freaking bananas. You trying to map it out and like the possibilities. Well, what are they going to say and how are they going to say it? What if they say this and then I got to do it? And then they make their move, and you're doing all these theoretical possibilities that you're rummaging through your mind. You can't sleep at night. And they're just freaking things you make up out of your mind that are, possibilities. So Bob Proctor, I'm heavily influenced by him. He says, stop doing that. Stop figuring out how you're going to get there. Just make the decision you're going to get there. And then it'll just all work out, and just go along for the ride. It's like saying I got to go to Walmart and go pick up some bleach to clean the bathroom. How are you going to get there? Well, I got the car sitting in the driveway. Do you pay any attention to, you made the decision to go to Walmart to buy the bleach. And now you get in the car, you turn the key, and now you drive to Walmart. You weren't even concerned about how you're going to get there. You just made the decision to go buy the bleach at Walmart. I think a lot of you need to simplify your life. As complex as things can be in your life, make the decision you're going to do it and just focus on the outcome and then let it reverse engineer itself. Having no expectations, just make the decision. Like that great meme that I've said many times before. Don't be like a flat squirrel that couldn't make a decision. The flat squirrel that tries to cross the road? Don't be the flat squirrel. Those squirrels you see flat in the road because they're like doing this because the car comes, they don't know which way to go. Make a decision. Don't just sit there and go in between, back and forth. Like, I don't know if I want to go here or I don't want to go. Make the decision. Be decisive in your life. Tomorrow's not guaranteed. These are things on how you refine yourself as a human being, how you become a higher aspect of yourself. Make a decision. Don't worry about how you're going to get there. I got some things in my life I'm looking at now. I have no. Okay, fine. I'm not going to die. I mean, the journey is the fun part. If we can just look at the journey, be like, the journey's going to be fun. Yeah, it's not going to be all roses. It's not going to be unicorns and fluffy marshmallow clouds all the time. Okay, that's cool. Then I'll accept that. But I'm going there. It's like when you go on vacation, those of you that have been on vacations, what do you do when you decide you want to go on vacation? You make the decision. Hey, you know what? Let's go take a family vacation. Okay, that sounds cool. And you get a whole family involved. And you pick a destination. Hey, let's all go to Florida. Let's go to Disney World. Yeah, and the family's all excited about going to Disney World. Now the next step is you got to buy the air tickets, the airfares. So you buy all the airline tickets. Those are booked. Then you book your hotel. That's booked. Then you get your rental car. That's booked. Then you go buy whatever clothes you got to buy for your trip. That's done. And your trip's like a month away, and the calendar dates start to tick down. And you may get some phone calls from some friends say, hey, what are you doing on the 27th? Hey, I'm going to be in Disney World. Your whole life revolves around that decision of going on vacation. I'm going to suggest that you do that as a human being now. What do you really want in life? Say you're going to go do it, and then just watch it unfold and let your life wrap around that idea, having no expectations. Like, if you know it's going to happen by decoding and look at the code, if you can just see it and you instinctively know, man, this is coming, then what are you worried about? Just have fun with this reality. Because this reality, that's all it's based on. It's like, there's no good or evil. Everything just is. We just label it as good or evil. Life's about looking good. You don't see people bragging about them being on 10 minutes early when they go to a meeting. Like, hey, yeah, I'm 10 minutes early. You want to know why I'm 10 minutes early? Well, I sped really quick and juked in and out of traffic just to get here 10 minutes early. Nobody does that. Nobody cares. But when you're late, you'll fricking make every excuse in the book. Why? Because the human being doesn't want to look bad. That's why. So if we just accept ourselves, and it's the journey, speak less, listen more, life becomes blissful. Whew. All right. Well, this was a fun freaking, what's your question, number 48. Had a little bit of graphic changes. I kind of like the 3-dimensional letters here. So probably going to keep that. I like the zoom. I'm going to probably do that again. That was pretty badass. And what a great tarot. That's what's coming down the pike, man. Happy home. Now, it may not be blissful and just not like, everything not just maybe rolled out for you, but this is the cosmos now. Got some death coming in, some changing of the guards, some transformation, transmutation. I'm excited about 2023. Turn off the mainstream. Be the best little devil you can be. All that good stuff. You guys know how I roll. I'm just going to let this song play, ladies and gentlemen. Age of Aquarius, Villagers of Ione City, the great band from Greece. All right, ladies and gentlemen. So that's a wrap for What's Your Question number 48. My name is Logan, your tour guide. I appreciate each and every one of you sending tons of love here from the Caribbean in Mexico. where it was 84 degrees today and sunny like crazy. Got a little bit of a tan. Great. But I chose to be here, so maybe you want to come to Mexico and kick it in the sand. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's all I got for today. My name's Logan. Till next time, we will... Where am I at? See you later.